darkness walking blind. Don't forget that there is always hope to find. Choose your path, walk it well. Break out from this living hell. In this broken cage we will not be confined. And when the world it starts to burn, at the point of no return, keep a hold of your convictions. Tear out the affliction before the war turns black. Stand up and take it back. As the towers of steel and stone crumble to dust, the foundations of our hope begin to rust. Choking fear, screaming sound, your head and heart they pound. You face your demons down because you must. And when the world it starts to burn, at the point of no return, keep a hold of your convictions. Tear out the affliction before the war turns black. Stand up and take it back. For us, for all, for glory, it's time to end this story. For us, for all, for glory, it's time to end this story. You have made this for the glory. It's time to end this story. You have made this for the glory. It's time to end this story. You have made this for the glory. It's time to end this story. We won't find ourselves alone. It's time to end this story. They will break you, break you. They will bring you to your knees. They will break you. We won't find ourselves alone again. And when the world it starts to burn, at the point of no return, keep a hold of your conviction. Tear out the affliction before the world turns black. Stand up and take it back. Stand up and take it back. Stand up and take it back.
Why, hello there. You're a very attractive young lady. I'd like to ask you out on the hottest of dates. I see that you have a lot of other gentlemen suitors. Allow me to make my case.
This guy plays football, but I once won the whole Super Bowl by myself. This guy is a weightlifter, but I can bench an entire continental shelf. That dude is a scientist, but I already cured all diseases last week. And if that's not enough, let me ask, when was the last time one of these things killed a motherfucking mythical beast? Oh yeah, I will rock your world, 'cause I'm a dragon slayer.
player. And the scientist. And apparently the weightlifter as well. And the dragon. And Ninja Brian. And the Manticore, he wasn't even in this song.
I mean, that sounds like the fault of the song that the Manticore wasn't in it.
Yeah.
Like, that just sounds like it was the song that did bad, not the Manticore. Don't hate on the Manticore.
Yeah. Oh, the mic's on. Oh, okay. I didn't know what we were doing.
Hey, everybody.
Hi.
Welcome back to DisasterCast.
I'm gonna get so heated.
I'm very excited to be back. As much as I did enjoy my little vacation last weekend that I kind of really did need.
Yeah.
As much as I enjoyed it, I am really, really excited to be back. Although I'm sure you're happy that you got a little bit of extra time to get your research together.
And even then, I couldn't make my notes. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, this one, Kayla didn't really notation it the way that she normally does, but that's bound to be very interesting. So,
I genuinely wonder if anyone was able to guess what I was going to talk about from my comment, but probably not. Because I went really, I went really weird about it.
Yeah. Before we get into it, though, I do just want to say, just because I like to credit artists, our two intro songs today. First one was the remix, the 2021 remix of Take It Back by Miracle of Sound, which
it's now on my workout list.
Yeah, he redid his Take It Back song. He said he was super, super happy with it, and I'm happy for him. And then the second one, of course, was Dragon Slayer by Ninja Sex Party. Both Miracle of Sound and Ninja Sex Party are super amazing and have permitted people to use their music for their intros, for their pre-stream sessions. So, super awesome folks, both of them. The only thing they ask is, of course, that they be properly credited, which is a completely reasonable request. So,
yeah.
thank y'all very, very much, Miracle of Sound and Ninja Sex Party, for putting out amazing songs and for allowing us to use them.
Yeah.
Really do appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's not going to be the Radium Girls this time, is he? I'm sorry.
No.
But don't worry. I know
it's
Kayla's
gonna
got
happen.
that. Yeah, Kayla's got that in her back pocket. She's pretty excited for that one. So that one's coming. It's not going to be this one. This one is actually just going to be, today's DisasterCast is going to be one singular story, but it will take up all the time needed.
It will. So I decided whenever Bird told me, hey, we're gonna have to take one weekend off so I can go do my little vacation. I'm like, yeah, get the fuck out of the house, you need it. And I decided, okay, so it's gonna be a little bit of a comeback. So I'm gonna do a big disaster of a case just to kind of christen us back into the normal routine that I desperately need. And this...
Radium Girls is epic sad show.
It seriously is.
Yeah, Radium Girls is very
I
sad.
still need to watch a movie on Netflix. I'll probably do that today. So what I'm doing today is a disastrous miscarriage of justice. Yeah, we're doing a true crime thing, but it's one thing that can take up 3 huge hours. A lot of people outside the US actually don't know about this case, and there are some people like Bird who just they've heard the name of the case, but they don't exactly know what the fuck it was about. And today we are talking about the case of the West Memphis 3, also known as the West Memphis 6, which I will explain later.
So yeah, this is gonna be honestly one thing we will have circling through the chat periodically is contact information for the Arkansas Police Department and for the governor of Arkansas, because Kayla says it's very, very necessary. I have a feeling this is an activism episode, which I am totally down for.
It is a little bit of an activism because the reason that those are circulating is because it's going to have to do with one of the victims in this case. He is currently doing a FOIA request for DNA to fully find out what exactly happened to the victims in this case, but he has been completely stonewalled. No one's talking to him. No one's getting anything done. And I asked Bird to put this contact information in just in case anyone is bored in this time of possible second lockdown to just call this office and be like, yo, what the fuck?
Yeah, why ain't you doing this?
Yeah.
All right, so let me get the.
I've actually called them a couple times.
Oh, nice. Let me get the game up and going, and then we will get started. I just need a quick moment, everybody. Sorry, I forgot to do the game capture thing.
I distracted Bird by being like, oh yeah, here's those numbers I wanted you to put in that I didn't give you until now because I'm a dick.
Stretch the screen. There we go.
So I'm curious if anyone in the
Katamari
chat does
Disastrous.
know about this case, the West Memphis 3, before I get started.
Let me get this going.
And also, all four pictures that I put up, I am going to explain each of them.
We'll probably just
It's gonna be a bit of a mixed bag on this episode, but this whole case is a mixed bag. It's weird, and it's sad, and Bird's probably gonna get heated.
Probably. I'm kind of looking forward to it, not gonna lie. Before we do that, let's use this intro music as a good kind of baseline. How are the levels?
Yeah, how are we? I'm probably gonna, like, get really heated in a bit. Not yell, but my voice will raise a bit. So let's just see how I sound at normal volume.
Yeah, because, we do want to make sure that we're hearing Kayla properly. So please just let us know how the volume levels sound, if everything sounds good, sounds nice.
Is the game muted?
Oh, there's a delay, so...
Oh.
No, there's just no sound in that initial save game select thing. Sound good? Alright, good.
Yay.
Awesome possum.
Okay.
Yeah, the stream delay's a bitch sometimes.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, so this case, the West Memphis 3, is long, it's complicated, and it's a bunch of bullshit. But it's gonna fill up 3 hours today.
Ooh.
It's just gotta happen. And I know this because I have been listening to podcasts describe the case so I can get different details from all of them. And it took last podcast on the left a good 3.5, 4 hours to go through everything, including the jokes, but, still.
Okay.
Okay.
I will try to find a level that we haven't done yet.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
That's an oof if ever I heard one. Yeah. Yeah.
I can raise the sound volume of the game volume up just a little bit.
Professional streamer here.
Well, sound levels are weird. They're just like that sometimes. Did I do this one?
Okay, so for people who don't know about the case, I'm gonna be jumping around a bit whenever I get to different topics. So if you have questions, just list them off and I'll try to explain. Because you're probably gonna have them. Okay.
Pretty good video. Alright, here's the next one. Okay, here's the next one.
Okay, so this case takes place in West Memphis, Arkansas, back in May of 1993.
Alright, so I would have been 2 years old by then. Well, no, I wouldn't have quite been 2 years old.
I wasn't born.
Yeah. So this is like not super long ago, but it's
No,
not like basically like, wow, that feels like it's not like Chris Watts where you're like, wow, that feels like yesterday.
Yeah, we actually had an anniversary for this case a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm.
That, again, I'm not gonna explain until later.
Ooh, interesting.
Excuse me. So, the victims of this case are 3 8-year-old boys.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I'm already like, oh boy.
Oh, it's gonna get bad.
Okay.
We starting off bad, baby.
Okay. We're just cranking up to 100 right from the start.
That's this whole case.
Okay.
That's the whole case. So, okay. So on May 5th, 1993, 3 boys were out riding their bikes. Their names were Stevie Branch, Michael Moore, and Christopher Myers.
Okay. Stevie, Michael, and Christopher. Got it.
Yes.
I will forget those names immediately, but got it.
You'd be surprised.
Okay.
Yeah, Dream Warrior, this is a wonderful case for your birthday.
Happy birthday, Dream Warrior.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Everybody wish Dream Warrior happy birthday.
So, all three boys were second graders at Weaver Elementary School. They were best friends with one another, and they were typical kids. They had achieved the rank of wolf in their local Cub Scout pack.
Oh wow, so they were like, so they like were pretty cool and like, were pretty active with their communities and shit like that.
Yeah, they're
Pretty well known, basically. Like,
Yeah, like-
the community knows them and recognizes them.
Yeah, they lived in a little neighborhood. Their houses were like not too far from each other, and they would ride bikes together all the time.
Okay.
Because typical kid stuff. You want to go out.
Yeah, in the
and hang out with your
90s, you
friends.
just rode your bike everywhere, yeah.
Yeah, and
What is outside?
I don't remember it.
I feel like I would know better than you, considering I go for walks every day.
Yeah, like you and my boyfriend know better because he is outside for his job every day. Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
So, Steve Branch was born to Stephen and Pamela Branch, who divorced whenever he was an infant, and he had his stepfather, Terry Hobbs, after his mother was awarded custody and she married Terry.
Okay.
He was last seen, Stevie Branch was last seen wearing blue jeans and a white t-shirt, riding a red and black bicycle. He was also an honor student who, of course, lived with his mother, Pamela, his stepdad, Terry, and he also had a 4-year-old half-sister, Amanda.
For the record, I feel the need to point out, we're not listing this kid's accomplishments to make it like, oh, it wouldn't have been so sad if he'd not been all of those things.
No, I'm
like,
just
we're
telling
not
you-
trying to assign his work. We're just trying to, this is just to illustrate, this kid was known in his community. People knew him. He wasn't just some random, he wasn't just a case of like, oh, well, that hooligan probably got up to something he should have gotten.
Oh, we don't talk about hooligans. We gotta talk a shitload about hooligans in a bit.
Yeah,
but
so just to emphasize, these kids were known in their community, and that does affect how a community responds to something.
yeah, and another big thing is that, unfortunately, the 3 little boys who did die, this little opening bit is the most I'm gonna mention about them because, unfortunately, due to this case, the victims do get lost quite a bit because of other injustices being done and more victims created, basically.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So I'm talking about them now and just giving you an idea of who these kids were because it's easy in true crime cases to forget about the people who died, the victims of it.
Right.
So anyway.
What we want to do is paint an extremely respectful and really victim-oriented aspect of true crime that just kind of gets lost in a lot of the normal documentaries. Belch!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry, continue. I'm sorry, I'm derailing.
Thank you. That was a nice one. Christopher Mark Byers, he was born to Melissa DeFeer and Rick Murray. His parents divorced whenever he was 4 years old, and his mother married John Mark Byers, who adopted the boy. Okay. So it's kind of agreed that John Mark Byers he's Christopher's father.
Okay, alright.
He was last seen wearing blue jeans, dark shoes, and a white long-sleeve t-shirt, with his mother seeing him off. Excuse me. He lived with his mother, his stepfather, and his stepbrother, Sean Ryan Clark, who was about 5 years older than him.
Okay.
According to Sharon, Christopher was a typical 8-year-old who still believed in the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus.
I don't think I believed in Santa Claus at 8.
I mean, that's how, like...
I guess...
That's how innocent these kids were.
Fair enough. And it was like, okay, fair enough.
And James Michael Moore was the son of Todd and Dana, sorry. He was last seen wearing blue pants, a blue Boy Scouts of America shirt, and an orange and blue Boy Scout hat, riding his light green bicycle. Christopher didn't have one. He often rode with one of the other boys on the back.
Okay. Man, with the way you're describing their clothes, I'm just sitting here thinking, this could only happen in a true, like, in a real story, like, in, like, an actual true story. Because if we wrote that shit where, the kids were like this, like, if this was, like, one of those detective novels, the editor would be like, hey, we get it, the kids are innocent, dial it back a little bit.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, so Michael Moore, he loved wearing his Boy Scout uniform. Like, he wore it everywhere, even whenever he didn't have meetings. And
he was really proud of it.
yeah,
Fine. That's fine, kid.
Yeah, he was very proud of it.
You know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna knock a kid for having something that they're really proud of. Good for you, kiddo.
Yeah, he lived with his parents, Todd and Dana, and his 9-year-old sister, Dawn.
Okay.
So,
here we go.
here we go.
Oh boy.
We all get into it, boy.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. I think I'm ready. I'm probably not.
You're not.
Okay.
So, again, it was the afternoon of May 5th, 1993. Christopher, Michael, and John, they decided to go out and just ride their bikes around the neighborhood to go ahead and just have some fun. It was, it was nearing summer. They just wanted to go out and spend some time in a nearby area at the end of their neighborhood called Robin Hood Hills.
Probably had, like, end of school, like, that's getting close to the end of the school year, like, they probably had, like, end of school year exams and shit like that, and probably stuff for the Boy Scouts, too. They were probably
Stevie's mother, she actually checked him out of school around 2:55, and she said that the whole way home, her son Stevie was like, I love you, Mom, I love you, Mom, and just kept saying it over and over again. Like, the entire walk home. And apparently this is actually a normal thing for kids to just sometimes do.
Yeah, sometimes kids do, like, they want to tell their parents how much they love them.
Like, over and over again, and it's not...
Again, if we wrote that in a fucking book, an editor would be like, dial it back some.
Yeah. Yeah, so the three boys wanted to go to this area called Robin Hood Hills. It's at the end of the main street of the neighborhood, and it's a wooded area that leads up to one of the main highways in West Memphis that has a huge truck stop.
Okay.
So, boys playing in the woods.
Yeah.
It's normal. It's fine. And Stevie's mother specifically told him, you need to be back by 4:30. Because she had to go to work at 5 o'clock, and she wanted him to be home watching his sister whenever she left.
Totally reasonable.
So 4:45 came along, and while her husband, Mark Byers, showed up to... Sorry. While her husband, Terry Hobbs... Sorry, I get the names mixed up. There's a lot of names here.
It's like, it's a swingers thing. Okay, I'm down.
I mean, they could be.
Yeah, everybody's consenting. I'm cool with it.
So her husband, Terry Hobbs, showed up to take her to work and specifically told him... She told Terry, okay, drop me off at work. I need you to find the boys and make sure that Stevie knows he is grounded from that bike for 2 weeks.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So she goes to work. It was around 7 p.m. when the first report was made to the police by John Mark Byers that the boys were missing, that they had never come home.
I can understand that because, like, again, you know, it is the 90s. It's kind of pretty normal to, like, be out until the sun goes down, more or less. Yeah, so I can definitely understand why it took a couple of hours. I feel like nowadays, although granted nowadays you can like get a fucking tracker installed on your child and know where it is at any point. So you know, I feel like nowadays that call would have been a lot faster. Not saying that to knock like and be like, oh, we're sissies nowadays. Just, you know, the reality of it. And I imagine all the parents probably think, man, if I had just called immediately.
Oh yeah, like some of them do express like deep regret.
Yeah. So yeah, not knocking it. If you think something's off, then yes, by all means, listen to that instinct. But you know,
listen to your gut.
I just feel like the gut would have been more listened to nowadays than it was in the 90s.
Yeah. There's an affidavit report of the last sighting of the boys actually around 6:30 p.m. And they were actually seen with Terry Hobbs, Stevie Branch's stepfather, telling them to come home.
Okay.
Obviously, that did not happen.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Sorry.
No, you're right.
So Terry Hobbs, he actually didn't tell Stevie Branch's mom, Pam, that the boys were missing until he came to pick her up at like 9:30, 10 o'clock that
Oh,
night.
Jesus Christ. No. I'd be really upset about that.
Oh, she was.
Yeah, like, hey, how you doing? Did you have a good day at work? By the way, the kids are missing.
It seems like he genuinely thought that they were going to be able to find the kids before then.
Okay. So he just kind of thought, okay, well, they probably just got lost somewhere. We'll find them real quick. You know, okay. It's still kind of, that's still iffy for me.
And based on sightings, not only like the police department, but parents and just regular people who knew the boys, they organized a search party that night to go and look for them, specifically in the wooded area of Robin Hood Hills.
Wow, community, they were like on top of that shit. Like, oh,
well,
fuck,
everyone knew the
wrong.
boys.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that's fair. Like, oh, fuck, something's not right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that very night, they were going to be searching the area of Robin Hood Hills. However, with it being damn near summer in Arkansas, the mosquitoes got so bad that the search parties had to be called off because they couldn't look anymore.
Oof.
Like, it was a mix of it being dark, but also the weather was so bad with the mosquitoes that they just couldn't do it. So the police said, we'll come back and look for them in the morning.
Okay.
Which I'm sure that's exactly what those parents
Oh,
wanted
yeah.
to do.
Parents love hearing that shit. Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry that you got the itchies. Why don't you go and put some lotion on that? Are you okay, sweetheart? Yeah, I'm pretty sure the parents were not.
Oh, yeah, they were pissed. It's said that, like, the parents of the boys, especially Terry Hobbs and Pam, they were still out trying to keep going.
I don't doubt
looking
that.
for the kids.
I don't doubt that for a second.
So the next morning, the police again commenced their search around 8
Yeah,
a.m.
it's slowing down for me too, y'all. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not my magical PlayStation. It's the game itself. So just wanted to let you know you're not crazy. Yeah, get yourself a fucking beekeeper suit and get back out there, motherfucker. There's children missing. I hate kids, and I'm sitting here like, dude, go do your fucking job.
You think a small town police force could afford to do that? I mean, right now they could afford fucking tanks if they ask the government nice enough. Mm-hmm. But beekeeper suits? Nah. So they canvassed all of West Memphis, but they of course focused on the forest area of Robin Hood Hills where the boys would hang out and also where they were last seen going.
That's okay. It's like, okay, good job, police. You did one reasonable thing so far.
Yeah. Like, they were forming human chains to, like, walk forward and see if they could find any sign of the boys.
That I do know that's a common tactic whenever you're searching for whenever you're making search parties, is you form a chain and you basically walk in a straight line because it's less likely that you'll miss anything.
Yeah. So eventually their search in the forest led them to the creek that ran through.
Okay.
Around 1:45 p.m., juvenile parole officer Steve Jones spotted a boy's black shoe floating in the muddy creek.
Shit.
It was a major drainage canal for Robin Hood Hills, and it's where the kids would like to go and play.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, he got down into the river after seeing this shoe, and he started walking around. They're not dressed for, like, searching rivers or going inside, like, muddy areas. He's just wearing his normal street clothes while he's just jumping into this river.
Yeah, because he gives a fuck. Good for him. Like,
He gives a fuck in this moment.
Okay, fair enough.
He's a bastard later.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about
never mind then.
Yeah, don't worry about it. So...
They had a brief moment of, oh shit, I'm gonna do my job now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, great.
It's...
Oh, this is gonna this is gonna be one of those things where it ends up like if you had subtitles on there's gonna be a lot of moments of bird seethes in a cab. Is that where we're going on this?
Throughout this whole stream, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, gotcha. Great.
Yeah, so he's like knee deep in this muddy creek, walking around, kicking things with his shoe because, you know, with muddy waters like that, sometimes, you know, something will sink to the bottom and it'll get covered by dirt and mud, so
Okay.
it gets stuck down there.
Okay, fair enough.
His shoe knocked something while he was walking around after finding
Oh boy.
the shoe.
Oh god.
And
Here we go.
slowly one of the bodies of the three boys
Oh,
unstuck itself from the bottom of the
God.
river and floated to the surface.
Oh, Jesus H. You know, like, if not for the fact that you've already warned me this guy's gonna turn into a bastard, I'd be like, man, that must be really traumatizing to have that experience.
Yeah, like, I'll admit, despite everything else that they do in terms of this case, I will give them that finding this is obviously a very traumatic experience.
Yeah. That
I
would
wouldn't
be,
wish that on my worst enemy.
Yeah, I would never unsee that.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
A couple yards down the river, after getting notified of the body of Stevie Branch being found in the river, the police focused their efforts on the muddy water. They found the two bicycles that the boys were riding.
Mm-hmm.
They found a bundle of sticks stuck to the bottom of the river where all their clothes were wrapped up and buried.
Oh, no.
And the bodies of Christopher Byers and Michael Moore were also found, with Christopher Byers being found by another police officer who was on his hands and knees in the water trying to find anything that he could. And he actually felt the body of the boy and picked him up out of the water.
It's always like, the sad thing about search parties is the longer it goes on, the more you know what's about to you know what you're gonna find the longer it goes on.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't prep you for the moment whenever it does happen.
Yeah. So the bodies of the three boys were found in Robin Hood Hills. Exactly where everyone saw them going. The boys were naked and they were hogtied with their own shoelaces.
Oh, fuck me!
So this clearly was not an accident.
No.
Some of them showed blunt force trauma to the heads, with Christopher Byers, his skull almost being caved in.
Jesus Christ!
There were multiple cuts on the boys' bodies, and the worst was to, I believe, Stevie Branch, whose genitals were bitten off.
God damn!
Yeah.
Like, Jesus!
So this is assumed the worst kind of homicide, which is why it suddenly became national attention as the case went on.
I can imagine. My God.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they were hogtied in a weird way, with their right wrist to their left ankle, their left wrist to their right ankle.
Yeah, that is an unusual way to hogtie someone. I say this as a person who's been hogtied.
And different knots were used. So,
Indicating more than one person.
yes, according to the police.
Okay. I'm sorry, Silverwolf.
I'm sorry.
I swear, if Twitch would just let me, if I knew that Twitch wasn't gonna pre-roll its own ads, I would turn all ads off entirely, but Twitch just pre-rolls its own ads now, and I don't get, and I get no cut of it anyway, which is
That's
really
some bullshit.
annoying.
Why not?
Because, fuck me, I'm an affiliate. Izzy, thank you very much for the 10 months. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Thanks, Izzy. That's nice. So the police had initially suspected that the boys had been raped.
I mean, I feel like that is a fair initial assumption before actual investigation
Like the
starts
genital
on the
mutilation
bodies.
and
Yeah.
also, So, a sad fact about death is that your muscles relax. This
Yeah.
includes the muscles around the anus.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yes, that's why you shit yourself when you die. That is very much a real thing.
Right, because you're losing all, like, okay, I gotcha. Went to the ads after that. Kayla mentioned that initially the cops thought that, the kids had been raped, which I was saying, okay, you know what, considering they were found naked and hogtied
Hold on.
before,
Okay, it froze for a second.
before initial, like, before the, like, real examination, I can understand where they would make that,
Assumption.
yeah, where that would be the initial assumption. I can understand that. But yeah, so everything. So and Kayla proceeded to inform us that whenever you die, all your muscles relax, including your muscles around your anus, which is why you shit yourself whenever you die.
Yeah, that's why that happens. Everything expels out of you because your muscles are relaxed. So, because of the muscles relaxing in certain areas, that's why they thought that the boys had been raped. But there's absolutely no evidence. This has been repeatedly refuted.
Okay. I mean, as much as the rest of the situation is really, really horrific, I kind of can't help but go, well, at least that didn't happen, you know?
Yeah, like, initially police were running on that this was a sex crime.
Okay.
Or sexually motivated.
Right.
However, it will be proven that no, that had nothing to do with any of this.
Okay.
Even including the genital mutilation, no, this had nothing to do with that.
Just okay. I mean, I know you're gonna get to why that happened. but
Yes, I will explain why that
what the
happened.
fuck. Okay, continue.
So,
Oh God, you got a look on your face like you're about to tell me something I'm really not gonna want to hear.
well, it's more my own annoyance.
Oh, we get
So,
into that.
police don't always take the best care of a body whenever emotions start getting entwined in an investigation.
Right.
So they laid the boys on a nearby bank of the river and they covered them with plastic to try and preserve. But you're doing this in the middle of Arkansas heat.
Yeah, that's gonna cause, like, fun thing about things that are in heat that are under tarp and plastic is that heat sort of conducts itself inside of that plastic and turns into an oven.
Not to mention the boys had already been submerged in the water for at least 12 hours.
Which is also not great for bodily composition.
Yeah, so it was extremely hard to figure out when the boys died. And it did not help that the Arkansas Police Department had a very incompetent... Had a very
You're
very,
really mad about this.
very incompetent forensic pathologist.
Oh, God. Well, I mean, forensic pathologists, and especially in small towns, are basically just like randos, aren't they?
Yes, they are randos. You do not have to get certified or anything.
That is really bullshit.
That is.
I feel like you at least need to attend mortuary school or something.
if
to
you're
be a
willing to
forensic
do the
pathologist.
job, they'll let you do it.
That's really fucked up.
It's really, really fucked up.
Great.
So we already don't have a definitive time of whenever the boys died.
Mm-hmm.
And we only have a forensic pathologist that will, like, look at them to confirm that they died and then say, they died of multiple injuries.
Yes, thank you, forensic. Thank you for that groundbreaking bit of information.
Yep.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Sure, I'm glad you were here to let us know.
Oh, I'm so happy about it. Dr. Frank Peretti. Fucking asshole.
Oh man, I can like feel you getting heated right next to me.
So police detective Gary Gitchell was put on the case to find out what happened to the boys.
All right, let's just go ahead and get this out of the way. Am I gonna hate this guy?
Yes.
Then he has a stupid fucking name, Gary Gitchell. I wasn't gonna say he had a stupid name if he actually did things. I was gonna be like,
No,
okay,
Gary Gitchell, fuck
unfortunate.
this guy.
All right, fuck Gary Gitchell. Got it. Okay. Continue. I was like, no. Keep ranting a little bit. I need to, like, center myself.
So, it was announced that day to the grieving families who were not too far from the area where the boys' bodies were found that they had to be told, your son is dead. You can hear...
Son is dead, and he's right over there, as a matter of fact.
You can hear audio of Pam Hobbs screaming after finding out this news, and it's haunting. There are multiple documentaries about this case, including the 3 Paradise Lost documentaries that happened in time as this case was going on.
Jesus.
Yeah. They're also on HBO.
Hint, hint.
But most of the documentaries that talk about this case include the audio footage of her screaming.
Oh. I couldn't listen to that. I can't listen to a person in that much abject misery. I just can't do it.
Yeah, it's so sad. 'Cause I'm gonna talk about a lot of things that happened with this case, and again, we're gonna lose the victims at some point. It's just gonna fucking happen. But it's honestly Pam Hobbs' cry of abject misery that reminds me of what else has happened in this case.
Yeah.
That these 3 little boys are dead.
We did not roll up the sun. We failed. We failed again! The big wolf down.
You suck.
You managed to come to space, you managed to talk with a dog, but this is the end result, and I'm like, wow, okay.
I mean...
It's like, you know what, fair enough.
Yeah.
Went to space and spoke to a dog. I did more than Elon Musk did.
I got up and took a shit this morning. I did more than Elon Musk did.
We need more celestial bodies, I think.
Do better.
I'm trying.
Okay. So, obviously the police are going to immediately look into who could possibly have done this. Because not only is this a crime against, 3 innocent boys who were well known in the town, but because...
It's also really fucking horrific!
Exactly, because of how horrific it is. So emotions are getting involved, and that makes people desperate.
Yeah, I mean, like, the kind of shit done to them, like, that's not some shit that you, like, I mean... I'm actually gonna say the words, it's not like a normal murder.
Yeah. So, fun fact about the early 90s. Quite a bit of America, especially in the Bible Belt, was thrown into what we call the Satanic Panic.
Oh, great.
Oh, that's gonna be a big part of this.
I remember some of the I was old enough to remember some of the Satanic Panic, so great.
For those of you who don't know, the Satanic Panic was whenever local police departments would believe that a cult was around every corner and Satan was out to get your children, and 2020 was making so much money talking about the satanic imagery that your teenager is always using without you knowing it.
Yep, that's exactly what's happening. Okay, we want to go to about 20 cms. Great.
Yeah, have fun with that.
Thanks. I'm gonna try. Alright, so...
I love how everyone's just like, oh god!
Yeah, like, I love how everybody in chat knows, like, yep, Satanic Panic. Remember that.
So, in the midst of the Satanic Panic, one big thing that happened, as I mentioned, is that some small-town police departments would start invoking cult or satanic ritual abuse as a motive for murder. And they'd always fear that Satan was around the corner motivating people to sacrifice others in the name of their devil lord.
So, just tossing this one out there, but if you wanted to get away with murder, one easy way to do so was to try to make it look very occultish.
People did that. And a big reason for the Satanic Panic, especially when it comes to ritualistic or just downright fucking horrific murders, was because of a case in California where a young man named Richard Ramirez
Okay.
was standing in a courtroom, flashing a pentagram that he had carved into the palm of his hand. The same pentagram he had carved or drew on many crime scenes where he murdered 27 people.
And so people were like, oh yes, this is indicative of many, many murders as opposed to one really fucking crazy guy.
The Night Stalker is the reason why goths in small towns were accused of horrible crimes.
Fuck you, Night Stalker.
Have you never heard of the case of the Night Stalker?
I've heard a little bit of it.
Okay.
We should do that for one of the episodes.
Oh boy! So yeah, Richard Ramirez was one of the biggest reasons why Satan and gods and people who just didn't fit the mold or like dark things were seen as the boogeyman.
Okay.
And that's gonna play a big part in our case today.
Similar to how, like, after Columbine happened, a lot of kids, like, stopped going to school in black trench coats, even though they really liked the style.
Yeah, and see, just a little note, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were not part of the Trenchcoat Mafia, and the Trenchcoat Mafia only existed for like 2 months because one guy bought a trench coat for a vampire costume, and he decided that he liked it, so he and his friends were wearing them for like 2 or 3 months.
It's literally just, I thought it looked cool.
Like any goth, emo, anyone.
Like, I just liked how it looked.
It's either I liked how it felt, or one girl told me I looked cute in it once, so I wore it.
Yeah, like, which not to diss on the
No,
goth culture.
that's just teenage boys.
Yeah.
Teenage boys and girls.
Yeah, we are not at all dissing on the goth culture. It's just, that's just part
I
of
wanted to be
what-
goth, so I looked goth yesterday.
Yeah, that's just what drives... It drives a lot of fashion, to be honest. It's, I look good in it, and I feel good in it.
And or someone I want to bone told me I look cute in it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh shit, I rolled too much. Damn it.
How dare you?
Whoops.
How dare you have too much fun? So yeah, the Satanic Panic was big in West Memphis thanks to one guy. A juvenile police officer, former pilot, named Jerry Driver. This fucking guy.
I'm very excited to hate this guy.
He was seen as the resident occult expert.
Oh, Jesus H. fucking
I
Christ.
know. In the West Memphis Police Department.
Right. It's like, okay, so how many members of the occult do you actually know personally? I'm guessing none!
He had a list of teenagers that he thought were included in occult activity.
Oh my god. Great. And let me guess, they were all boys who wore trench coats or just, you know, dressed goth just because they thought it looked cool, someone told them they were cute in it, and they liked how it made them feel.
Yep.
Yep.
One wasn't even goth, and he's gonna be a major part of this case.
Oh, goody.
Oh yeah, it's this whole case is just like that's some shit.
Okay. Alright, so let's talk about... Alright, let's continue then.
So Jerry Driver became a juvenile police officer for West Memphis after flying, I think, for Delta for like 30 years. It was just, he was nearing, he was like 50 or 60, and he was like, I need something to do.
This was one in a long line of questionable career choices.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And part of his job for the juvenile police officer is that he would deal with the trouble kids that were, you know, being reported at school or experiencing home life problems.
Oh, great. Because they must want to kill people.
One kid, he pretty much stalked this kid. He had a hard-on for this kid at this point.
Because God forbid, these kids from these troubled homes, God forbid that we, like, look out for them in the interests of, you know, helping to guide them to the right choices, because broken homes can really fuck you up. God forbid we give them, like, some sense of stability so that they feel like they can be good, productive members of society and they don't feel like they're complete useless pieces of shit. God forbid we do any of that. No, let's stalk them and just really, really encourage that feeling of I am nothing, I am trash, I'm not good enough for anybody. I have feelings on that kind of shit. I have feelings on the way that we treat kids' mental health, especially in teenagers.
Oh, you're gonna get so pissed off.
Great.
Get ready. This boy who he zoned in on even way before this murder happened. His name? Damien Eccles.
Oh god, and his name was Damien. Oh shit.
He
poor
chose
kid.
that name for himself.
Oh, okay, never mind then. That was his choice and we respect it. I thought it was just an unfortunate victim of circumstance.
No, his name was Michael Smith Eccles, I believe, but he chose the name Damien.
Okay, you know what? It's his choice, so.
Because you know what? He was a normal goth kid in a small town. He got into Wicca. He started worshiping a female god. He was wearing black because one girl told him he looked cute. And then he got into studying, you know, different religions, looking into... excuse me. Like all the weird shit that goth kids do.
Yeah, he was curious about other shit. That's normal.
Yeah, and... You know,
I think we should encourage that in children. Well, I say children. This guy. Well, at 30 years old, everybody under 25 is a child. Let me tell you that now. Everybody under 25 is pretty much a child once you hit 30. I don't necessarily mean that in a demeaning way. It's just more in the sense of I feel an incredibly strong instinct to protect and to guide. Not like to talk down to or to assume that they can't make decisions of their own. But just, I feel a strong protective instinct towards teenagers.
Yeah.
Like, the older I get, the more I feel that instinct.
Yeah.
Which, no, it's not a maternal thing. Fuck you.
No, I mean, it's just a thing of... A lot of teenagers need it, but they can't actively convey how much they need it.
Yeah, it's like, it comes from being in that situation where I was curious about a lot of things, but I knew I couldn't express that curiosity.
So Izzy says, I forget the poor man's name, but a 15-year-old was convicted of stabbing a woman to death, the only evidence being him walking past the spot where she was found and him liking/drawing violent cartoons. He was released, but it took 20 years to prove he didn't do it. Izzy? That's
some fucked up shit.
That's a pretty good parallel to this case.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. So, Jerry Driver, the man who believed that West Memphis was teeming with satanic power, that cults were around every corner, he and his friend, one of the officers who found the boy's body, Steve Jones, they would cruise the back roads of West Memphis on full moons looking for occult activity.
Oh,
they
God.
genuinely believed this shit.
That was literally all they got paid on the taxpayer's dime to just, like, indulge in their little hobby.
Yep.
Like, don't get me wrong, I get a little bit fascinated with certain conspiracy theories. Not like the anti-vax shit, the more harmless shit. I get a little bit fascinated by that shit too, don't get me wrong. Like Bigfoot and things like that. And, like, I would totally take Ashley on a quote-unquote Bigfoot hunting trip, because I feel like we both would really enjoy it. But we do that shit on our own time.
Yep. Yep. So, Jerry Driver was one of the first people that the detectives went to after the boys' bodies were found, and they realized we gotta find someone quick on who did this.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta stop the Mothman.
Yeah.
You're right, Dex. Gotta go hunt the Mothman. Like, I mean, at least when monster hunters, or mountain monsters, at least when they're doing that shit of hunting the Mothman and Bigfoot and all that shit, they're doing it for entertainment purposes. Yeah, they're getting paid to do it, but they're entertaining. They're giving
They're
something back.
they're not using the taxpayers' dollars for it.
Yeah.
So, again, with a crime like this, they're obviously gonna look for suspects as soon as possible. And we got quite a bit of them. I mentioned Damien Eccles before. I'm gonna drop him for a moment to talk about the other possible suspects that were involved in this case.
Do you mean possible as in they actually could possibly have done it, or possible as in they were also weird so the police, like, kept an eye on them?
Both!
Oh, okay, cool. Either and or both. I love it. Spoiler alert, he doesn't love it.
So, teenagers were looked at as the big ones for this.
Because teenagers scare the living shit out of me.
Yeah. See, I'm not the only one who listened to My Chemical Romance in the house.
Yeah.
Two boys who were suspect for a little bit for this crime were Chris Morgan and Brian Holland. And they were suspected because they were somewhat familiar with the boys. They had met them before. Chris Morgan, he actually sold ice cream out of an ice cream truck in the neighborhood where the boys lived.
Okay.
So he knew what they looked like.
Okay.
They brought him in for questioning, but they were mainly, by this point, they kind of went to Jerry Driver and they're like, who do you really finger for this crime? So they were trying to get, Chris Morgan and Brian Holland to say the names of the boys they were already looking at. And that's going to be a reoccurring theme.
So like, not a tell us what you know, it's tell us what we want to hear.
Yes, that's going to be a big thing here.
Okay.
Especially whenever we get to a confession in just a very little bit.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so Chris Morgan and Brian Holland, they were questioned at one point, but then they had moved to Oceanside, California a couple days after the boys' bodies were discovered. They were already planning on doing this. It was just a thing that happened.
Just very unfortunate timing.
It was very, very unfortunate timing. About 10 days later, Morgan and Holland were given polygraph exams by the California police, basically to see if there was a involvement that they possibly could have had at the request of the West Memphis Police Department.
Okay.
So they were given it, but Morgan had a long history of drug and alcohol abuse, along with blackouts and memory lapses.
Oh, great.
So, in a moment, he claimed, I don't know, I might have done it. I might have blacked out and done it. I don't know, I'm scared. But the California police were like, no, dude, you didn't do it.
Wow, police that actually, like... Okay, well, I mean, granted, I don't know.
No,
It's just very weird to
this
hear
is the one
it's very
instance
weird
of
to
police
hear
doing their jobs.
Okay, because I was like, I'm sitting here like, it's very weird for a cop to be like, no, you didn't do this, and like, I don't know how to react to that, as you can tell. That really caught me off guard.
Yeah, they had to do the normal procedure as well as getting blood and urine and hair samples from the two boys just to match it with what little evidence they found on the scene. Mm-hmm. They got that and they sent it to the West Memphis Police Department, but there's no indication that they ever tested it or even, did anything with it. Because again, they already had an idea of who they wanted.
We already know who it was. We don't need to test any of this.
Yep. And to go back to one of the pictures that I put in, we're gonna talk about Mr. Bojangles.
I'm sorry, what?
Mr. Bojangles.
I feel like this has the... Okay. I feel like this has the potential to be either extremely whimsical or incredibly horrifying, and there is, no in-between.
Okay. So, on May 5th, 1993, the same day that the boys were disappearing, the local Bojangles restaurant of the town, a mile away from the crime scene in Robin Hood Hills at 8:42 p.m., they had called the police reporting that they had seen a black male who was mentally disoriented enter the restaurant's ladies' restroom covered in blood.
Okay! That feels like something that would be worth checking out!
The man was bleeding and he had actually brushed some blood on his way to the bathroom.
Okay, I mean, still kind of feels like something worth at least, routine, at least, give it a cursory glance into,
You think?
I would think.
Don't worry, we're gonna get into it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Is it Bojangles? No, Bojangles is
It's a chicken place.
It's a chicken place.
It's basically like the whole fabric of the southeastern area where North and South Carolina are.
You can't find a Bojangles above West Virginia.
Yep. It's very, very localized, but also the chicken is really fucking good.
And it has less overtones of bashing gay people.
Yeah.
So anyway. So Officer Regina Meeks was taking the statement of some of the boys' parents who were reporting them missing, because this was about an hour and a half after the first official report was made.
Okay.
She was a local rookie police officer. She was kind of a beat cop.
Yeah.
And she was the one who was requested to go check out this incident that happened at the Bojangles.
Okay.
Okay, Bert, I'm gonna ask you a hypothetical.
Okay, I love hypotheticals. They're my favorite thing ever.
If you were a police officer who got this phone call, you had to go down to the local Bojangles restaurant to find out what happened and get a statement.
Okay.
How would you go about that? Just a very brief explanation of what would you do arriving on the scene.
Okay, well, want to just, everybody please do keep in mind, not a mother, not a father, not a cop, so, you know, this is just kind of going off of what I guess I'd probably do. Okay, so I guess I would arrive at the scene, immediately enter the restaurant, and ask one of the employees if the gentleman is still in the
You're already
bathroom.
doing better than the
just like, I guess we should probably check and see if the guy's still there. If he is, I'd probably knock on the bathroom door, try to be very non-confrontational. Hey, what's going on, bud? You know?
The league's better than Meeks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, how would you go about that on an empty stomach? Oh, no. Oh, no, do I know... Did Raikuto just hint to me what direction this is going in? Because I swear to God, if this bitch stopped for a chicken sandwich, is like, look, I get it, Bojangles is good, but bitch, you got work to do.
Manager Marty King of the Bojangles.
That would be the person I'd want to speak to, like, hey...
Who had called in the tip.
Yeah, that's definitely the guy I want to speak to first.
He was waiting in the front room of the restaurant.
Oh, even better. Makes my job easier.
Where
hey.
people could sit down, and he was ready to give a statement to the police officer.
Yeah, this sounds great. Fantastic. Thanks, Marty. Let's take your statement now.
He was approached by a teenager working the drive-thru window who said the police officer was at the drive-thru window wanting to know what happened. I had to tell you this part. This police officer pulled up to the drive-thru window of their local Bojangles to simply ask them, what's going on? Everything okay?
Seethes in a cab. Well, it's nice to know that in this era of gender equality, both male and female police officers can be equally shit at their jobs.
See, Dax, you say go inside, you moron. That did not happen until the next morning.
I beg your fucking pardon! Because I was just about to ask, okay, well, how long did it take before she finally walked her ass
She did not
inside?
go inside that restaurant.
Bitch, why? Are you worried the guy's gonna hurt you? Call in some backup.
She was going through the drive-thru, asking, is he still there? What's going on? Meeks reported, hey, I have a general description of the guy, but he had left about 2 or 3 minutes before you arrived. He went in that general direction out the door.
Okay, well, I feel like if I'd been told, okay, well, he went in that general direction out the door, my response would be to look at, okay, again, pretending that I'm a police officer, pretending I've abandoned all of my morals and I've become a police officer and I'm competent at my job. If I walk up there and they go, hey, he just left, he went in that direction, I'd be looking at the manager going, you do not leave this place until I get back, and then I go in that direction.
Okay, in her defense, that's kind of what she did.
Okay.
But the defense immediately ends here because she said, I'm just going to do a cursory glance around the area. Just a little drive-by around the general location of the Bojangles to see if she could find him. She didn't look very hard. It was 8:42 at night. What were you expecting to see?
I don't know what.
So
I mean, at the very least, I'd be like, okay, what's his description? What does he look like? I'd be calling that in, going, hey, the gentleman has left the Bojangles. Please keep an eye out for him. This is his description. I'm gonna do a perimeter check and then go back and speak to the manager.
She did not report that.
Why?
According to what was reported to, dispatch, she mainly just went, okay, suspect has left on foot, we'll do, perimeter check of the area.
Okay, and then? What's the plan after that, officer? Get you a chicken supremes combo or something?
So Manager Marty King is better at crime scene preservation than this police officer because he...
Manager Marty King's like standing there like, what the fuck is going on?
Yes, there have been many books on the subject. He's been interviewed multiple times, and he says to this day, I still have no idea why she never came in.
So she never ever walked into that fucking Bojangles.
Nope. But Marty King, the king, he sent the young teenage girl, he called her parents, his employee that was there with him, called her parents, had them come pick her up and take her home, and then he basically sectioned off the bathroom to make sure no one could go in there either the rest of the night, because he stayed there for another couple of hours thinking the police officer was gonna come back.
Holy shit. I mean, like, again, if I was a cop and I was a competent cop, like, if I feel like it's necessary to do a perimeter check, then yeah, I'd be able to say, you do not leave this place until I get back. Call her parents to have them come and get her. She does not need to be out by herself, but you do not leave this location until I come back.
Yeah. And again, he's better at crime scene preservation because, you know, that night no one went in there. The blood was still on the wall because he didn't want to, like, wipe it off in case it was evidence. It wasn't until the next morning, after King had called the police department again.
Like, hey, is somebody gonna come and, like, do something about the guy covered in blood who was in my, who was in my restaurant? Wasn't there a murder that same day? Could y'all, like, do something?
Pretty much.
I pay taxes for this shit?
Yeah, because by then Marty King had found out what happened to the boys that they were missing, at least. And he called the next morning after coming in and was like, hey, do you guys want to take this evidence just in case it says something to do with those boys?
Do y'all want to, like, talk about this?
So they finally did send a couple of officers out to formally take his statement on what happened. And they also, you know, scraped for some blood. They got a pair of sunglasses that they had thought that the man had left behind. We have no idea if it actually was. And again, they took blood samples from the tiles and wall of the restroom.
Okay.
Police Detective Burn Ridge testified later in court that he later lost the blood scrapings.
I am so fucking angry right now.
A hair identified as belonging to a black male was later recovered from one of the knots in the hog tying of the victims, but any DNA match that they had from Mr. Bojangles was lost.
So there is an extreme possibility that the murderer
If he didn't
just
kill
fucking
him,
walked
he
off.
damn well was there.
Yeah, so there is a very good possibility that the murderer of those three boys just strolled right on out of that Bojangles and just walked off.
Murderer and or accomplice.
Well, I mean, at the very least, you've got a possibility of that. Another possibility you have is, like you said, somebody who very good likelihood was there.
Well, yeah, we kind of have a good idea of who may have done it.
Ooh,
but
interesting.
we don't have like the DNA evidence, as there's also been like years of false, like badly incriminated people who were proven completely innocent. It's a whole thing. I'll get into it.
Okay. You're all fucking fired, my fucking god. I know, right, Silverwolf?
I want Marty King running that police department.
Apparently, he's better at it than the rest of them. Really, like, you know, whenever they talk about, like, serial killers who get away, or they elude the cops, that, like, if you watch a TV show, you would think it's... I say this all the time. If you watch a TV show, you would think that the serial killers are just, like, so incredibly smart, and they're just one step ahead of the cops at all times. In reality, it's just commit a murder in a place where the police are incompetent.
So that was the little saga of Mr. Bojangles.
Yay.
And that's all we know about him to this day. Nothing has ever been done.
I'm so pissed off about this.
I know.
Izzy saying all of y'all should get your asses whooped with a belt so your flesh turns into well-cooked meatloaf. Everyone knew the boys. I guess they must have pissed that particular
I
woman
guess
off.
so.
You know what, Raikudo? That's about as much of a motive as we've got for this really, really baffling decision.
You go through the drive-through window, you don't even walk in.
seethes in a cab.
That will just always amaze me. I've never heard of anything like that, and I never want to again.
I'm gonna retry this stage. I feel like we're at the retry some stages section. So, all right, continue.
So, at the behest of Jerry Driver, who insisted that he had a good idea of what boys done did this murder.
Meanwhile, a guy walking past with a giant flashing neon sign that says, "I killed those 3 boys," covered in blood, and openly talking about how much he loves hog-tying people with shoelaces, is walking by in the background, and old Jerry's in there like, "Yeah, I know exactly who done this, my cop instincts. I tell you what, my spidey senses is a-tingling on this one."
You're not that far off.
I was joking!
So,
I was fucking joking!
Okay, let me get into this.
Okay.
Let me do this.
Okay.
Okay. So, as I mentioned before, Jerry Driver was a juvenile officer who particularly oversaw Damien Eccles.
Okay.
Damien Eccles was the poorest of the poor.
Oh, of course.
Like,
yeah,
dirt
makes sense. Yeah.
Floor shacks in the middle of a farmland. You know how in farmlands they'll do planes that have pesticides that go over the fields and everything?
Yeah.
He and his family lived in the middle of that, and they never got notified of whenever
Holy
the pesticides were
shit.
coming. So, like, Damien developed really bad bronchitis, a whole bunch of allergies, and his only advice from his parents was don't breathe in.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, he got crop dusted.
Oh, God. And not in the funny way where it's just like a stupid prank for YouTube.
Yeah.
In the horrific way.
Yes, and Damien Eccles' father was abusive, of course.
Naturally.
And with not only being the poorest of the poor, but, you know, getting shit on by his dad, Damien had problems.
Understandably.
And, like, Damien was admitted to mental health facilities.
Again,
because of issues that
entirely
he was
understandably.
having.
Yeah, entirely understandably.
Yeah, his family got visits from social workers all the time. He rarely ever went to school. He was in a bad situation.
This was a kid left behind by society.
Yes. So because of the trouble that he was getting into, mainly it was just like shoplifting and petty vandalism and things like that.
Yeah.
Jerry Driver got him on his radar.
Ugh.
And he just fucking hated Damien.
Yeah, instead of being like, wow, this is a kid who really needs, like, guidance and help and, you know... Just...
Because Damien wore black, he immediately went to, this kid's in a cult. This kid's
Jesus.
starting a cult.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
This is what I mean when I say I feel a very protective instinct towards teenagers, is shit like this, because... Yeah.
Yeah, so... Damien Eccles... At one point, he actually, just to mix up one DisasterCast, Kayla should present a story where good stuff happens. We wouldn't get near as many views.
That's very true.
So Damien Eccles, at one point, it got so bad, not only with his parents kind of being shit, shit happening at school where, you know, he was a goth kid in the middle of a small town. He got shit on all the time.
Yeah, like, I don't doubt for a second that he dealt with a lot of really crappy people.
And Jerry Driver always on his ass, mainly because one thing Damien would do to, like, basically protect himself at school was whenever everyone was accusing him of being, like, a devil worshiper or drinking blood, he'd be like, yeah, and I'll do it to you, too. You know, just to control the narrative.
Yeah.
Kids do that.
Yeah, that is a completely normal teenager thing to do.
So... yeah, at one point, Damien and his family finally moved out of Arkansas, out of the district of Jerry Driver.
Thank God.
They went to Aloha, Oregon, I believe.
Okay. Alright, well, things I learned today. There's a place called Aloha, Oregon.
Yeah. And, again, Damien, he was still going through his mental health shit.
Yeah, of course.
It doesn't just stop whenever you move to a new place.
Yeah, it can be helped by being somewhere else, but that ain't the cure. It just helps treat the symptom.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Damien was eventually admitted to a mental health facility because of a psychotic break where he threatened himself and his parents.
When we say unfortunately, we mean because it probably wasn't a good mental health facility that had his best interests in mind.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
And he was actually recognized by the U.S. government at the age of 17 for having full disability status because of all the shit that he was dealing with.
Shit.
Yeah. And at that point, after that incident and him finally getting out like a month or two later, Damien was sent back to live in Arkansas, specifically in West Memphis.
Fucking hell.
And Damien, he wrote a book, Life After Death, about the whole case, where he said that it was a 5-day bus ride from like Oregon to back to West Memphis, Arkansas. It was the first time that he was really alone, and he kind of enjoyed it. At the bus station, whenever
There was fucking Jerry, right?
well,
Oh, God.
you thought you could get off to fancy old Oregon and leave us all behind.
Did he actually say that to him?
No.
Oh, okay. I was
But like he was waiting there at the bus stop for him.
yeah, of course he was.
He was just ready to give shit to Damien all over again. So, being recognized as full disability by the government, he got Social Security at that point to help, stabilize him because he had dropped out of school.
Yeah, he kind of didn't have a lot going for him as far as career prospects, I imagine.
Yeah.
Okay, can we, briefly pause the story long enough to skip ahead, just because I do want to ask, is Damien okay now?
He is very okay now. He's a lot better now.
Okay, so he is doing about as well as you can after those type of circumstances.
Bitch, we're not even in the worst of it.
Oh, God. Okay, I just want to know that. I wanted to. My anxiety needed me to skip to the last page quick
he's
just to make sure that.
happily married.
Okay,
he's
to make sure that
doing
Damien's
things that
okay.
he loves. He's happy now.
Okay, good. All right. Okay.
But again, we're not even in the worst of it.
Okay. All right, continue.
So, even with Social Security, Damien was still the poorest of the poor. By the time this crime happened, he was living in a trailer with 5 other people. A 2-bedroom trailer with 5 other people. Wasn't going to school. All he had for himself was his girlfriend, Domini, who he actually carved her name into his arm. Because, I'll be honest, that's what...
Yeah, that's a goth thing.
It's a goth thing. It's what moody teenagers do.
Yeah.
And she was actually pregnant with his baby.
Oh, well.
Yeah, he was working part-time at a roofing job to, save some money along with the Social Security to try and get them a place so they can live together, be happy.
Sounds like Damien, all things considered. I mean, he kind of did a couple of fuck-ups, but it sounds like overall he was a good kid.
All kids fuck up!
Yeah, it's he fucked up a couple times. Everybody does. Sounds like overall he was trying. At the very least, he was trying to be a good kid.
He was really trying.
Yeah.
He was doing his best possible that he could. With all things considered, and there was a lot going on.
Yeah. But wait, it gets worse.
So, Damien was only one of the teenage boys that Jerry Driver had named for possible suspects in this list. But Damien was at the top of the list.
Okay.
The second on the list was Damien's best friend, Jason Baldwin.
Yeah, of course. They're gonna, stay in that little group of people, no doubt.
Yeah, he talked to Jason even whenever he had left. They were attached at the hip. Jason wasn't even fully considered goth. He just wore t-shirts by, Metallica and Guns N' Roses. And he had a mullet and he drew things with, skulls and shit on them. He's actually a very good artist. But, it was close enough in West Memphis to be considered goth.
Yeah, you were just different enough.
Plus, he hung out with Damien all the time.
Yeah. Guilt by association. Don't you just love it?
Yeah. And, you know, Eccles, he was with Damien a bit during the vandalism or the shoplifting. They would do it together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
And again, it's just teenager shit.
Yeah.
Like,
Teenagers from broken homes kind of shit.
Yeah, Jason Baldwin, he was actually the only one of the 3 boys accused of this crime that was still in school.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, he was still in school just because he was encouraged by one of the counselors to at least go to community college for graphic design. Because he could do
You're
a lot
not a
of good with it.
complete lost cause like those other 2 kids.
Pretty much.
Oh, gross. I mean, on one hand, you know, I'm glad he got that encouragement, but on the other hand, you just know that it came with a healthy slagging off from that counselor of the others.
Yeah, I mean, Jason Baldwin, he had high grades. He was really fucking smart. He's still smart.
Mm-hmm.
So he was encouraged to, like, stay in school and just, you know, do things, but he still hung out with Damien. So that was enough to put a target on his back just because he and Damien like the same music and they like to watch horror movies together. Yeah.
Great. We're gonna retry this.
Okay.
Okay, so...
Yeah, so Jason Baldwin was the second boy to be accused of this. And again, he was only on Jerry Driver's possible demonic occult bullshit list just because he was best friends with Damien.
Right.
Another boy on the list who would play a major role in this case, who we're gonna get to know pretty well, was put on Jerry Driver's list for... This is legitimately the reason Jerry Driver suspected
Oh
him.
god, this is gonna make me really mad.
Because of his spike hair and stuff.
I feel very called out as a person who occasionally does spike his hair.
It's because he was seen as one of the trouble kids, and
Because of a hairstyle.
spike hair and stuff.
Oh god.
That was goth enough for Jerry Driver to get you on his list and shit all over you.
I remember, okay, that actually does remind me of, like, so, you know those, you know how there's, like, those Christian mommy lifestyle blogs? You remember whenever mommy lifestyle blogs, like, really were a big thing for a while?
Yep. And then one mom gave away her kid back to...
Yeah. But there was this one I remember, because there's the ones that are like, they're religious and they homeschool. There's quite a few of those. And I remember there was one where they're like, oh, sometimes we have like wacky dress up days for homeschool to give the kids some fun. And I'll use my moose to kind of mess her, like the boys, I'll like make their hair messy. And then in parentheses goes, but not in mohawks because we do not have rebellious hairstyles even for playtime. And I'm just like, bitch.
Yeah. Did this guy ever explain why they were on the list to the cops? Because if he did with competent people, he would have been fired for being a dipshit. Yeah, he fully explained. Again, Jerry Driver was seen as the occult expert in West Memphis. And because of what happened to the boys' bodies, they were like, it's gotta be cult shit. It's gotta be happening.
Yeah. And, like, I don't say this to slag off on all small-town cops, but but there is less training oversight because they need people, so they're not really very... I say this as a guy in a small town with small-town cops. Training's
you worked
not
with
really...
them a little bit.
Yeah, I interned for a brief amount of time for, like, a sociology class. And was like, oh, fuck this noise.
Yeah.
Like, it was like, fuck this noise.
Yeah. Yeah, so Jerry Driver was seen as the expert on the occult, even though, at the time of the Satanic Panic, the FBI, the criminal behavioral unit of the FBI, definitively said, like, no cult killings or no satanic things have been done in the commission of a crime. It doesn't exist.
It's like, this isn't a thing! Stop it!
Yeah, like, whenever the FBI were called into cases into small towns, and one of the officers would be like, you know, I think this might have some occult overtones.
Like, if the FBI would be like, shut the fuck up.
Exact. They literally would be like, no, give me your list of actual suspects.
Yeah, no. Stop it.
Yeah, they would always
Give me a
tell
list
them,
of
"No,
actual
you're wrong."
suspects. Yeah, give me a list of actual suspects, and I swear to God, if any of these people wear goth, I'm coming back here and slapping the taste out of your mouth.
Seriously, because the FBI had to repeatedly explain, like, no, this isn't a thing.
You just know that there was probably... Okay, you just know during the height of the Satanic Panic, you just know that there was an FBI agent out there who, whenever they would go to one of these cases, they would carry with them just this big old stick. And it was called the Satan stick. I imagine it was a woman. I'm gonna be honest, I imagine it was a woman. And, like, on the side of it, it was the phrase, Satan stick, and everyone was like, what's the Satan stick? What's the Satan stick? What's the Satan stick? And every time she'd just be like, don't worry, if I have to use it, you will know what it is. Yeah. You know, like, she'd just constantly just, like, be really mysterious about that.
The dipstick.
The dipstick. And then, whenever, in the moments, you just know that this woman would, like, be in the station. Okay. Give me the rundown. All right, these are our victims. Let me see the images of the crime scene. We're gonna make a plan to go out to the crime scene soon. We'll then afterwards we'll go see the bodies, and then she'll be like, okay, I need your list of suspects. And at some point, some big beer-bellied sheriff-looking motherfucker who probably is like, wow, we being bossed around by a woman. It's like, this just really reeks of occultism. She turns right around, like, with the reflexes of a fucking ninja, turns around with that Satan stick and slaps him just immediately. Right there, just a crack that echoes throughout the entire station. Looks at everybody, holds up the Satan stick and says, this is the fucking Satan stick. If any of you guys start with this satanic occult shit, you're getting the Satan stick. Bring me a list of actual suspects.
I would imagine they probably did that at some point.
You just know there had to have been one of the FBI agents who was fucking fed up with the Satan stuff.
A lot of them were fed up with it.
But, like, violently fed up with it.
Nice theory, but we're being serious here. Yes, they would say that. They would say that, like...
It's a nice theory, but if we could live in the realm of reality for just a moment...
Yeah, because they knew this shit wasn't happening.
The Satan stick is just an enormous dildo. That would be even better if she was like.
It's like the Jimquisition giant dildo.
Yeah, she's like whacking these idiots across the face with her giant dildo.
Yep.
FEDs are FED'd up. They're fed up, bitches.
Okay, back to Serious Town.
Okay, yeah.
So, the last boy we're talking about is Jesse Miss Kelly Jr.
Jordan be like, and the FBI was also like, and I swear to God, if any of you even think about the words D&D.
Well, I mean, D&D was thrown into the Satanic Panic, too.
Yeah, that's what Jordan's referencing.
Yeah. It just, it's some shit.
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah. So, Jesse Miss Kelly Jr. was the one thrown onto Jerry Driver's list because of his spack hair and stuff. And admittedly, Jesse Miss Kelly, he did get into fights, but only in so much that he was a fighter. Because this boy, he had an IQ of 72.
Disclaimer, IQ tests aren't necessarily an indication of intelligence, but they can at least indicate how much you really recognize about the world around you.
Yeah, Jesse was basically seen as having the mind of a third grader. To the point where people around town would, like, have Jesse babysit their kids because Jesse connected with their kids so well, because he was kind of on their level. He was, like, innocent enough to still believe that people were inherently good, that, you know, nothing can really happen.
Yeah, bad things don't happen to good
He
people.
was naive enough to believe in the police being good and searching for justice.
That's understandable. Everybody's, like, realization that the police suck is always a very, very awful realization, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, and also, Jesse Miss Kelly had a 2-year gas huffing habit that didn't really help everything.
Yeah, that probably didn't really help his,
Mental capacities.
yeah, his cognitive abilities.
Along with that, his dad was an abusive piece of shit.
Of course.
So there was a lot going against Jesse. quite a bit. Like, he had dropped out of school because he kept failing everything. And he was listed on Jerry Driver's, list of suspects.
Because he was...
Because of his Spy Karen stuff.
Oh, yeah,
but
right, because of Spy
Jesse admitted, like, Damien scared the shit out of him.
Okay,
He
fair
never
enough.
spoke with Damien. He never spoke with Jason Baldwin. He didn't know them.
Fair enough, dude's got a cognitive ability of a third grader. Like, third graders are scared of that kind of shit.
But Jerry Driver was able to sell to the police that they'll work together well enough to murder 3 boys. Yeah.
Yeah, like, oh yeah, but we're definitely gonna work together. Yep.
Yeah. On June 3rd, about 3 weeks after the boys' bodies were found, police were getting desperate at this point.
I can imagine so.
Because, they're getting it from everyone to,
Dude,
find...
can y'all, do something, please?
Yeah, because they didn't have any suspects, except for Mr. Bojangles, but they couldn't tell who that was anymore.
Because, the cops
lost
fucked
the
that
evidence.
up. It's like, shit, we're fucking everything up here, guys.
Yes.
It's chaos down here, Tom.
Yeah, so they were desperate to get anything that they could to try and find someone who did this. Someone to blame.
Right.
So they brought in Jesse Miskelly Jr. after his father was told, hey, your son is kind of on this list of suspects. If he knows anything, we might be willing to give some money for some information that he may have. And his father, a piece of shit, is just like, go on, do it.
Yeah. Go talk to the kid. Go talk to the kid. You don't need a lawyer. It's fine.
Yeah, because Jesse was only, 17 years old. He was still technically a minor.
Even when you have normal functioning cognitive abilities, we typically do not let police talk to 17-year-olds without a parent, guardian, or a lawyer present.
Yeah.
Is that really something that we are supposed to do?
And they just fucking railroaded this kid.
Jesus Christ.
Again, Jesse... Poor sweet little Jesse. He's the boy you want to look at and go, oh, bless your heart, darling.
Oh, God.
Because he was talking to the police, being like, well, I don't know anything about what happened. I mean, I heard some stuff. Because, by then everyone had heard something.
Yeah, it's like, well, yeah, I mean, I heard that it happened. That's enough for us!
Yeah, and he reported at one point, I heard Damien and Jason were involved. But the only reason he heard that was because
that was what the cops were saying!
Exactly! The day after the boys' bodies were found, Steve Jones and a lieutenant were questioning Damien Eccles in his front yard.
And, this thing about small towns is they talk about shit.
Yeah. And the day after the bodies were found, a detective and an investigator again questioned Damien Eccles and his friend Jason Baldwin about what had happened. But they didn't know anything. They didn't know those boys. But it was enough for Jesse to say, I heard that Damien and Jason were involved.
Which then the police were like, oh, so they had everything to do with it. They're the ones who did it. And you were their accomplice. Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah.
And then he went, what?
God. It's just, it's so fucking sad about Jesse. His dad was told, oh, there's a $35,000 reward for information. So his dad just left him there with the police at the station.
Said, yeah, that'll be fine.
Yeah, pretty much. And again, his dad was a piece of shit.
Oh, God.
Just the worst thing. So, of course, in the beginning, Jesse's like, no, I didn't have anything to do with it. Because he didn't. He wasn't there. And we actually have a possible alibi for where he was at the time of the murder. Is gotta go back to another one of my pictures, was high school wrestling.
Oh.
Jesse was most likely at a neighborhood town at a wrestling tournament because he had signed in on a sign-in sheet, and there's pictures of him at the event and 5 different friends that he went with.
Holy shit. So basically he pretty much had a solid alibi.
Yeah, he did. But it wasn't, it was...
Not solid enough for old Jerry, though.
No, not solid enough for them. So, of course, he's denying being involved in this. Is just like, no, I wasn't there. I was at a wrestling tournament.
Yeah, wrestling tournaments. Is that what they call the occult gatherings nowadays? What?
Yeah, so Detective Durham, who was involved in this, he just kept railroading Jesse like, you're lying your ass off. We know you had something to do with it. Yada, yada, yada. You know?
Yeah, and Jesse's like, what?
Yeah, because...
So I literally just came here just to help.
Yeah, because Jesse, he was questioned for over 12 hours.
Oh, God.
And, you know, you're being yelled at enough of you're lying. We know you had something to do with this. And everything.
How'd the fire go out?
I don't know.
Okay, fine.
What'd you do?
It went out because I wasn't rolling anything up for like a brief amount of time.
So...
I don't know though. What if it's photoshopped? Jerry, what the fuck is Photoshop?
This is 1993!
It's like, Jerry, what the fuck are you talking about?
So, you know, he's getting railroaded. And at one point, they try bringing out the lie detector machine.
Oh, yeah, let's do that. Let's do a polygraph.
But the thing
That's
is,
great.
Jesse didn't know what the fuck a polygraph was. He didn't know how it worked. So the police tried explaining to him in baby words like, oh, it tells us if your brain
fibbing.
is lying to us. And it'll say if you're being honest or not. Because it reads your mind. And it'll
I'm
tell
sorry,
us.
what?
That's how they explained it to him.
And then he went, oh, okay, yeah, sure, let's do that because I know I
Yeah,
didn't do
because he
anything
genuinely
wrong.
thought that. He didn't know any better.
Okay, I know, because I didn't do anything wrong, so yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, that's his whole thing, is he know he didn't do anything wrong.
Oh, God.
And the police kept telling him, like, we know you're lying, but they also kept telling him, you know, if you tell us what we want to hear, you can go home.
Mm-hmm.
If you tell us everything you know and everything we need to know, you can go home.
But really, that was, if you tell us what we want to hear, then we will throw you in jail and finally be like, oh, thank God. Oh, shit, it touched the water.
I was about to say, what'd you expect?
Yeah.
So,
Okay, can I really quick, can I pause everything long enough to give my theory on this situation?
okay.
I'm thinking that at some point, I know that Jerry was still, like, very gung-ho on his, no, this was definitely an occult thing, and he probably was, like, really, really sincere about that. No, this is definitely an occult thing. I think that part of the reason why this got so indulged is because the higher-ups realized that they probably let either the murder or the accomplice completely walk out. And they were like, oh, fuck, we gotta find somebody to pin this on.
Probably.
Because they realized they were not fucking finding Mr. Bojangles under any circumstances. There was no way they were going to be able to find him now, and they had fucked it up. So instead of just admitting, we fucked up, please help us, and then, like, you know, getting in contact with national people, being like, hey, you need to get out the description of this guy. He could be involved in this. Instead of, like, you know, owning up to your fuck up, there's like, no, we just gotta find somebody else to pin it on.
Honestly, yeah, because there is a long history of, like, both corruption and incompetence with the West Memphis Police Department.
So, yeah, that's my theory, is that's like, I do think Jerry is being very sincere about believing that this is an occult thing, but I think that the reason why this is getting, like, why everybody else is just allowing this to happen is the higher-ups are like, oh, fuck. We totally let the killer walk out. Our idiot rookie totally let that killer go.
Pretty much. So, Jesse's sitting in this small room, getting grilled by police. He doesn't really fully understand what's going on. He was told his Miranda rights, but he didn't understand.
Yeah, but he doesn't know what the fuck that is.
Exactly.
He's just like, who's Miranda and why is she right about everything?
Probably something along those lines, because again, he's got a 73 IQ.
He doesn't know this stuff.
He's simple.
Yeah. Poor kid.
Exactly. It's so sad. It's so genuinely sad. I really feel for Jesse.
Yeah. Fucking hell. Okay, so what happened next?
So, again, they brought out the lie detector, gave him a bullshit explanation on how it worked. And again, Jesse, was telling the truth. Like, he didn't know anything. He wasn't there. He doesn't know Damien and Jason. He doesn't know what happened to those 3 boys.
And they proceeded to tell him, oh, it's reading your mind telling us that you're lying.
Yes!
Even though... Even in the loosest, because polygraphs are bullshit, y'all. But even according to the standards of a polygraph, because like the way that it really reads is it just reads if you're nervous. Polygraphs are really just another interrogation tool. They don't actually do shit. They're just theater so that they can get you nervous so that you admit to what you did. Most times in a competent police station, when they're pulling out the polygraph, they already know what's going on. They're just trying to get a confession to wrap it all up with a nice little bow.
Polygraphs are a big part of this case.
Yeah. And probably by the bullshit science standards of the polygraph, it probably was like, because what they're, like I said, they're measuring your nervousness. They're measuring how anxious you are.
Yeah.
And he was probably a little bit anxious, but I bet you anything, that polygraph, as far as like anxious enough to detect a lie, is like fucking flatlined. Because he knows he didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, the most they're getting is that he's scared because he's scared of the police because they keep yelling at him about things he knows he didn't do.
Yeah, George, like, oh shit, the FBI is never gonna let us live this down. We're gonna get the Satan stick again. Satan stick, we're gonna get the Satan gun or the fire paper. The Satan fire papers. The Satan pink slips. We're getting the Satan pink slips.
I feel like those would be red slips.
Yeah.
So, what this is that I'm talking about is the false confession of Jesse Misskelley.
Oh.
Because again, he was in there for 12 hours, and
he's exhausted.
He's so exhausted. He's trying his hardest to help. He genuinely wants to help. It's just he doesn't know anything. And it's so sad. Because they used him as a way to try and implicate Jason and Damien.
Yeah. And then, like, oh, well, we're gonna take out this kid too, but it's not like he's contributing anything to society, because he's just a simple boy.
Pretty much, because he was just, I think he was gonna work in, like, a junkyard or something.
Yeah, so
and he was.
It's like it's an acceptable. Man, this really does like highlight the injustices of our justice system to people who are like cognitively declined or poor or just different in some way.
That's why this case is so good at highlighting that. Mm-hmm. Because boy, do we get into everything.
Okay, so continue.
So again, Jesse, he's in there for a full 12 hours, getting railroaded, constantly told you're lying, you're lying, you're lying, you're lying. And this is such a shit thing that they did.
Oh, God.
To try and get him to admit to knowing something. Mm-hmm. I'm going to get into her a little bit later, but a local waitress, Asa Hutchinson, came in to give a statement about knowing Damien and Jason and Jesse.
Okay.
And she brought her boy Aaron in, who was friends with the 3 little boys. Mm-hmm. And he was basically coached into giving a statement as to what happened.
So they just coached her boy in?
She coached him, and they just kept doing...
Oh, shit.
Well, like, they brought in a whole bunch of kids to try and give statements like that. And the kids noticed they would get rewards every time they said exactly what the police wanted to hear.
Oh, my
like, they got candy, or
God.
they got a trip to McDonald's, you know, things like that.
Holy fucking shit.
And what the police did to Jesse was they took a sample of a recorded statement from Aaron Hutchinson where he just says in an interrogation room, "No one knows what happened to me."
What?
So, it was a clip mixed together of like different words that he said throughout the statement. So for Jesse, they didn't tell him any context. They just had this little boy on a recorded statement saying no one knows what happened to me, to try and guilt him into saying anything that they wanted to try and solve this.
They were fucking with him.
Yeah, they were fucking with him. Because again, they didn't give him any context as to who was speaking.
Oh, God.
For all we know, Jesse could have thought it was the ghost of one of the boys.
He probably did!
And it was after playing this recorded statement that about 8 or 9 hours into speaking with Jesse that they finally started recording the interrogation they were doing with
Holy
him.
shit. So all the times whenever he emphatically made it clear he had nothing to do with it, it's like, no, we're just not gonna bother with recording that.
Out of 12, damn near 12 hours that he was there getting interrogated, we only have 46 recorded minutes.
Holy
total.
fucking shit.
Because they had to keep pausing whenever they were trying to get a statement. Because at that point, Jesse is so scared, he wants to go home. Like, he's so tired and being berated for hours and hours and hours.
He's wondering where his dad is. Like,
Yeah, he's wondering where his dad is. He's like, I just want to go home. And they keep telling him, just tell us what we want, and you can go home.
yeah. And he's like, but I am telling you what you want. You're police. You're supposed to want the truth.
He's telling them what he knows.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but of course, in his mind, he is telling the cops what they want. Because remember, he thinks that the cops are there to help him.
Yep.
So he thinks the cops want to hear the truth. So he's like, I am telling you what you want.
Yep. But it was about 8 or 9 hours in that Jesse started giving a false confession as to what happened. Just to make the police happy, just so he can go home. Because he didn't fully understand everything that was happening or what all the implications were. If he didn't know his fucking Miranda rights, then he's not gonna fully understand what doing this is gonna do.
Jordan mentions this is also how they got witches to confess, just keep at the accusations and such for so long that they finally just say what you want because they desperately want to leave. And don't forget that interrogation rooms often play with not letting the people they're questioning use the restroom while they're loading them up with
Yep.
water and other fluids and things like that.
Yep.
Basically, y'all, this listen, just real talk. This really emphasizes, if a cop says, I want to talk to you about this circumstance, fucking say, all right, we can get a lawyer first and then you can talk to me all you want to.
Yep.
Like, if the cops say, oh, just come down and talk with us about it, don't fucking do it. In fact, the more pissed off a cop is with you whenever they're questioning you about something, the better it is, because it means they don't have any evidence that you did anything wrong. Whether or not you did anything wrong is completely secondary in my mind. Don't ever talk to cops without a lawyer.
Yep.
Yeah, they will find ways to torture you. You just keep on saying, I want a lawyer.
Yep.
Just don't say anything other than that. I want a lawyer. If they load you up with water and don't let you go to the bathroom, you piss yourself and then say, I want a fucking lawyer.
There's another good case about that. I think it's still on HBO. It's a two-parter, Who Killed Garrett Phillips, that talks about like the bullshit tactics police use to try and get confessions out of people.
Mm-hmm. And the thing that makes it so devious is that, see, with cops, they can just keep on, if they get tired, they can just tap somebody else in. You can't do that.
That's what they were doing.
Yeah, you can't do that, because you're just fucking exhausted.
Yeah.
You can't tap somebody else in to come in and keep on saying, I didn't do it.
So, after that recording, Jesse started trying to confess to what happened, just to make everyone happy. Because that's what he wanted. He just wanted to make everyone happy. He liked helping people.
Mm-hmm.
And the police had to keep stopping him whenever he was trying to tell them, yeah, me, Jason, Damien did it. We killed them boys. They would ask him questions like, what were they tied up with? And he'd say rope. And they're like, no, god damn it.
Yeah,
And they keep telling him what happened.
I've seen some of the, I think I've heard about that, or at least I saw some of the like footage that was recovered of them saying, no, that's not what happened.
Yeah, like Jesse would say, oh, we killed them boys in the morning.
Like, no, you killed them at this time.
And no, they'd be like, no, the boys were at school this time. Well, I guess they must have skipped. No, we know they were there. Okay, I guess it was closer to 5, but it was still too early. And they're like, no, it was a little bit later than that. And
Jesus Christ, they just carefully crafted his confession.
yes, that's exactly what they did. And that's one of the 2 segments of this long interrogation that they recorded.
Ugh.
So they would keep like badgering him to make this confession. They were fixing all the inconsistencies because he didn't know, he wasn't there, he didn't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
So he confessed that Damien was the ringleader. He and Jason stabbed those boys and tied them up. And the one thing that Jesse knew was he couldn't, like, say, I killed one of those boys.
Mm-hmm.
So what he said was one of them, I believe Christopher, got loose and Jesse chased him down and took him back. That's all that he confessed to.
Okay.
But the point was that he made this false confession that he, Jason, and Damien did it. Just to get the fuck out of there, basically, at that point.
Yeah.
And again, the officers, they keep feeding him all the information to try to get his statement to match up, to make it work.
Oh my god.
And this is one of the biggest cornerstones of this entire case, is this false confession.
I'm so mad about this. Like, I'm so mad I've actually reached that point where you get so angry that you just feel calm.
Yep. It's some shit, isn't it?
So at no point were the FBI brought into this?
Nope.
Of course they weren't. Because, like, can't let the FBI in here. They'll actually, like, realize that we fucked up.
Yeah.
And they might actually find the real killer. We can't have that.
Yeah. So...
Not saying that the FBI is some, like... FBI is not a, what's it called? FBI is not an exception to ACAB. It's just FBI is slightly more competent ACAB.
they're held more responsible for what they do.
Yeah, a little bit.
I was about to say slightly, but...
Slightly. Yes, slightly. Only slightly, Tom. Only slightly.
Yeah, so they take this confession as gospel. After about 12
This
hours...
carefully crafted confession that they helped with.
Yeah, they kept feeding him the information to make sure that he got it exactly right, and they had him record it. And it was one of the biggest cornerstones of the state's case against the three boys.
God damn.
They led Jesse back to one of their cells, because, you know, at that point he had confessed to murder. He wasn't going anywhere. They weren't going to let him.
Yeah, and he's like, I thought I was going home. This is your home now, boy.
No, he sat patiently in one of the cells back there, thinking that his dad was going to come get him whenever he got around to it.
Jesus Christ.
They put him in a jail cell back there.
And he just thought that was just basically, that's just where he was
That's where he
his dad
he
to
thought
come.
that's where he was going to wait for his dad.
Fucking hell.
Oh, God, Jesse. It was the same night that, like, officers were going to the local court judge to get search warrants for Jesse, Jason, and Damien's homes to try and find any evidence that they possibly could.
Right.
And, you know, there wasn't any fucking evidence because they didn't do anything.
Yeah. So, okay, so I'm gonna try to, like, explain this slowly. They didn't do it!
Yeah, they didn't do it. They did not do it. There's
I
some
did not
people
hit
who-
her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
There are plenty of people who, specifically in the West Memphis area, that still believe they're guilty.
Fuck that.
If you look up Twitter comments about Damien Eccles, like, it's people calling him burn in hell baby killer, like, people,
Fucking
people
hell.
still believe that they did it.
Fuck that.
It's awful. I stake my belief firmly in the innocent category.
Yeah, it's just fucking hell.
So they not only issued, like, search warrants, but arrest warrants at that point for Jesse, Jason, and Damien for capital murder. Damien and Jason were hanging out with their girlfriends in Damien's trailer watching the movie Leprechaun whenever the police knocked on the door and arrested them.
And that was the last time either of them ever watched Leprechaun. I'd never be able to watch that movie ever. Not just because it's shit, but, you know, just because, like...
Warwick Davis is a treasure. You watch your fucking mouth.
Watch yourself, goddammit.
Yeah, seriously. So, you know, of course they didn't.
And I gotta wonder if anyone involved in that case or in the building or whatever that felt even remotely reluctant or uneasy about or guilty about what they were doing. It's possible. It's very possible there was somebody in that building that felt guilty about what was going on, but the overwhelming sense of basically we can't get the FBI Satan stick again was more like, even when you feel guilty, the desire to not get caught will override that. So...
Yeah, honestly, like... So, the reason Jesse and Miss Kelly's false confession is the biggest linchpin of their case is because they didn't really have anything else. Like, what... what they did while searching the boys' places were just find, like, Damien's notebooks where he drew pentagrams and had one called the Book of Shadows, or Jason's, like, sketches.
Oh shit, never mind, arrest him. He wrote Blair Witch 2. I'm kidding, actually. I actually kind of do like that movie, I'm not gonna lie.
It's a fun little
Yeah, it's
mess.
just kind of dumb. Yeah, it's just kind of dumb. Anyway, sorry.
So, like, they didn't find any evidence of, like, any real evidence. But they found, you know, the quote-unquote weird shit. So they were gonna start using that as a means to say, like, Damien and Jason were into the occult, and this was a ritualistic satanic murder.
Right? Because, by God, it's gotta be Satan.
By God, it's gotta be Satan.
Because we've really staked a lot on this, and also we let the actual killer walk away, so...
Yeah.
So Satan, it's gonna have to be you, buddy. You're gonna have to just step up and take one for the team.
So, along with Jesse's false confession, another bit of evidence that they tried using, one that was eventually even put into and brought up as court testimony, was a statement by, I mentioned her earlier, Vicky Hutchinson.
Right. That bitch.
So this goes back to another one of my pictures of a wait staff with a little thought bubble that has a $sign in it.
Oh my God, was she paid?
She was under the impression she was gonna get paid because, remember, there's a big reward for information.
That's right, there was. Fuck all of these people.
Yeah.
Fuck everyone involved in this.
Yeah. She later recanted her testimony, but whenever shit was
Whenever
going
she
down-
realized she wasn't gonna get money for it.
Oh no. She kept this up for like a year or so.
Oh. Well, I mean, I guess
Well,
at
it
that
did
point
the-
she couldn't, I guess at that point she couldn't admit that she totally just made it up, so
Yep.
yeah, I guess she had to kind of
Yep.
maintain the lie.
Yep, 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 yep.
Great.
Yep, 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 yep.
Great! Awesome! Lovely!
So on May 6, 1993, before the victims were found that same day, Hutchison took a polygraph exam. Again, I told you these things were going to be a big part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So she took a polygraph on whether or not she had stolen money from her West Memphis employer.
Oh my God!
She was in there for a completely unrelated thing.
Holy shit.
Yeah, and she had also brought in her son Aaron because she couldn't find a babysitter.
Mm-hmm.
And the police knew Aaron was friends with the 3 quote-unquote missing boys. So they wanted to talk to him about anything he possibly knew.
Did this turn into, hey, this ain't looking too great for you, Vicky, but, you know, if your son gives us information...
It's
then,
highly believed that may be what happened.
How did I know? How did I fucking know?
Like, we don't have any concrete evidence, but, like, Vicky has later said she was, like, intimidated and coerced by the police to talk about this shit. I don't know how much of that I believe.
Yeah, because, like, she's a fucking liar, too.
Yeah.
But, you know...
But I do believe there probably was some threat of, hey, you got this against you, but you talked to us about these boys. Maybe
We can make this... Yeah, maybe we forget about this.
Yeah. Yeah, Aaron, again, he was a friend of the boys, and he mentioned the boys had been killed at the playhouse. And we don't fully understand what this means.
Okay.
So,
Like, we still don't understand what that means?
kinda, yeah, honestly.
Ooh, interesting.
But, you know, kids have vivid imaginations. That's why they're not very
Yeah.
good for witness testimony.
Yeah, people typically don't... Yeah, they don't, at the very least, you don't stake an entire case on a kid's testimony.
Oh, they stick good part of this on a kid's testimony. When the bodies were eventually discovered that day, around the place where Aaron had indicated, probably because that's where the boys played all the time. That's probably why he said that.
Probably, yeah. That's why kids aren't very good liars. Facts get confused in their heads sometimes.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. Aaron's gonna say a whole bunch of shit, but it's gonna be taken completely as gospel. Like, Aaron was pressed for further details, and he said he witnessed the murders committed by Satanists who spoke Spanish.
I beg your fucking pardon. Wow, this went in a direction.
That's just what he said. Kids say shit.
Yeah.
And, you know, they did talk to him again and again, and every statement he gave was inconsistent. He couldn't identify Baldwin, Eccles, or Miss Kelly from a photo lineup.
Of course he couldn't.
There was no playhouse at the location Aaron said it was. And it was just... It was very...
He was a child!
He was a child. He was scared. His mom probably told him,
His mom
"Look,
was
if you
really
tell the
encouraging him to
police
say
what
this
had
stuff. Yeah,
happened-"
because she had a reason to want him to do it.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
And Aaron's statement was later leaked to the press.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so this made more people believe that it was a satanic killing.
Was this... At any point during all this, did the FBI go, what the fuck is going on up there?
Probably.
But that's the thing, it's hard for FBI to get jurisdiction on certain things.
Yeah.
Something like this they couldn't get... If, like, another murder had cropped up with the same situation, the FBI probably could have been like, hey, guess what? We moving in on this.
Yeah, probably.
And you all getting the Satan stick.
So, Vicky Hutchinson, like, after her son had basically been interrogated by the police, she knew the teenagers. Because, again, Jesse would sometimes come and watch Aaron, and she knew Damien and Jason from just around. Because she was a waitress at the local diner. They probably came in every now and again.
Yeah. That's, like, local diners in the 90s are basically where kids hang out.
Yeah. Especially the goth kids.
Yeah.
They just do it late at night.
Yeah.
So...
She's probably pissed they didn't tip her enough for some shit.
I would think.
Anyway.
So, Vicky said that, because around this time, it was also getting yelled from every station by Jerry Driver. Damien Eccles was involved. Seriously? Okay, so, one of the officers who was close friends, I think Steve Jones, who was close friends with Jerry Driver, said, because he was on scene finding the bodies of the boys, he said, looks like Damien finally killed someone.
Wow.
So Damien was on the radar from the get-go.
He basically decided right from the start. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, Vicky Hutchinson, she said she would play detective for the police department.
Okay.
I thought you were stopping just to,
No, it's
to
just...
be like, what?
He said elves and unicorns were involved. Well, a kid wouldn't lie, right?
That's not too far from off from what he was saying. I mean, seriously.
Honestly, yeah.
So Hutchinson agreed to a police suggestion to have hidden microphones in her home and to invite, Eccles and Miss Kelly over to see if she can get a confession out of them.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Let's just get this rando bitch to do it.
Pretty much.
This lying rando bitch who steals things. I've as you can probably tell, I've decided I hate Vicky.
Yeah. So,
I mean, I sympathize with being in the situation of, like, the police being like, hey, you're in big trouble, but, you do this for us, we'll make it all go away, but also, fuck you.
oh, we're gonna get into a big fuck you in just a second.
Oh, goody.
So, this is gonna be the story that Vicky told to the courts, to the police, and to anybody to try and explain shit going on with Jesse Miss Kelly and Damien Eccles. Who, again, Jesse Miss Kelly said Damien scared the shit out of him. They did not know each other.
Okay.
So, she invited Damien and Jesse over. And according to Vicky, what had happened that night
Oh, God.
was that she, Eccles, and Miss Kelly had attended a wicked meeting called an ESPA.
Oh, what?
It's a meeting of people in the Wicca religion, basically. It's just a little hangout.
Oh, okay. So,
Just
yeah.
in the forest. You
Yeah,
know,
so it's
nothing
just
big.
to chill. Yeah.
Just to chill out.
Probably
And,
talk about some Wicca shit, but mostly just hanging out.
yeah, so Vicky said that Damien and Jesse took her to one of those meetings.
But I'm guessing they did not.
She claimed at the meeting a drunken Damien Eccles was openly bragging about killing the 3 boys.
And just all the other Wiccas there were just like, yeah, good job.
Yeah, basically.
I bet it's probably like what Rush Limbaugh, may he burn in hell for all eternity, probably like thought that like feminists like get together and like, yeah, I killed this man. Yeah, good job. He was a man. He deserved it.
Probably. So, Vicky Hutchinson, like, she couldn't say where exactly the meeting was, and she couldn't name any other people at the meeting because they were all wearing hoods and robes and
What
they
the
hid their
fuck?
faces.
That's a clan meeting. That's a clan meeting. That's a totally different role.
And then everyone went by code names like Spider
Holy shit.
and Dagger.
Fuck this bitch.
Things like that.
Fuck this bitch. I hate her.
Yeah, so none of this shit ever happened.
Of course that shit didn't actually happen.
When Damien and Jesse showed up to grab something for her the night this supposed meeting went down, they got the thing and they left. They were gone in less than 5 minutes.
Hey Vicky, how you doing? How's the kid? Alright, bye.
Pretty much.
How dare he say such things to me? How's the kid? I bet that's some kind of code, some kind of Wicca spell.
She said that giving this confession, quote unquote confession, was the reason that police did not charge her for the theft that she did.
That might be the case, but still, fuck this woman.
Yeah. And again, this was another big linchpin because she testified in open court about this.
Right.
That this happened to try and paint a bad light on mainly Damien.
Mm-hmm.
And again, she got her kid to, like, talk about this shit just so she could avoid a theft charge.
It's gross.
And her statement was actually taken before the false confession of Jesse Miskelly, so they tried using that too.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were like, do you know that Vicky said this about what y'all were doing? And Jesse thought Vicky was his friend.
Oh god, poor Jesse. He was like,
Yeah,
what's
he's
with
like,
him
I'll
saying
watch
all
her
these
son,
things?
and you know,
Why would
she's
he
real nice. She let him crash on her couch every now and again because
Like,
he
if
didn't
he
have
had-
a place to go.
Yeah, like, if he had the cognitive ability to, like, you know, cognitive ability beyond a third grader, if he had something beyond a third grader's cognitive ability, he'd be like, well, he would be looking at the cops going, well, if she thought I was so dangerous, why'd she let me watch her kid?
Yeah, you would think.
And really, the competent police officers should have had the moment of, hey, if you thought this guy was so dangerous, why did you let him watch your child?
Yeah.
Sorry to all the Wiccas and former Wiccas in the chat.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We're sorry that these people are so fucking ignorant.
And I'm sorry if I'm ignorant and mispronouncing things or not describing things correctly.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was Vicky Hutchinson's account that she testified in open court about.
Say that again, please.
She testified in court at both the trial of Jesse Miskelly and the joint trial of Damien Eccles and Jason Baldwin that this happened.
Icky Vicky.
Yep.
Calling her that from now on. I don't give a fuck about any of her excuses.
Yeah,
Icky Vicky.
she's very remorseful about it to this day.
Oh, I'm sure she fucking is. She can take her remorse and just shove it up her fucking ass. Icky Vicky. I'm sorry, I'm mad about this now.
I told you were gonna get pissed
Yeah,
off.
I'm very upset about all this.
I told you, honey. I told
I'm
you.
so fucking mad.
Told you.
Yeah, you did. I'm so fucking pissed off.
Yep. So, after this, again, we got Jesse's false confession, which was a main linchpin of their case.
Mm-hmm.
And they arrested Damien and Jason Baldwin watching Jennifer Aniston's first movie role.
Wow.
And Jesse was just sitting there thinking his dad was gonna come get him when he could get around to it.
Oh, God.
I feel so bad for Jesse!
Feel bad for all three of these boys.
Oh yeah, they all got the shit kicked out of them, basically. And you know, this whole time, police were obviously on Damien and started getting on Jason, even before they were arrested, just purely out of
Boredom, I guess?
I guess so. And the thing is, Jason would be like, no, we didn't do anything, you know,
Fuck off.
pretty much. And Damien, being a small town goth kid, you know, he'd make smart ass remarks. Or like,
Which cops just love that.
the police gave him details on what happened to the boys' bodies. Like a day or two after they were found, because they were questioning him in his front yard without a parent present and without having his rights read and no recorded evidence.
That he had anything to do with it.
Yeah. Or recording the interrogation.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, based on what you're telling me, it sounds like this was like a sexually motivated crime.
Yeah, like, sounds like there's some freaking weird pervert out there. Go do something about that.
Yeah, you know, Damien's a smart kid.
Mm-hmm.
Despite all the problems, he's a smart kid, and he's like, yeah, this was probably sexually motivated. It's probably more than one person. Like, he was doing the profiling for the police.
Yeah.
But they were thinking it like, oh, he's confessing. Because he knows too much about this crime. Meanwhile,
He's like, no, I'm just using some basic cognitive reasoning.
Exactly. God. There's so much.
There is a lot here. Holy shit.
I told you this could fill up 3. Bird asked me, oh, so you're only gonna do one case? Can that really do the whole episode? And I'm like, yeah, this'll easily do it. You didn't believe me, did you?
You know, you were right. You're right. Icky Vicky gonna get a fat Satan stick, Icky. So says Izzy.
I mean, yeah. So the first trial that took place was Jesse's. Because
he, quote-unquote, confessed.
Yeah, because he quote-unquote confessed. It was the easiest for them to prosecute. Plus, if they had a guilty confirmation on everything Jesse said, then they could use that in their trials against Damien and Jason.
Right.
Like, hey, if everything he said is found true and he's found guilty of it, then that means that everything he said in this confession we can use against Damien and Jason, because now the court has recognized it as being true enough to find someone guilty.
Holy fucking shit. It's like domino effect.
Yeah. It's some shit.
So how long did the trial last?
So, let's see. Jesse's trial itself. Sorry about this.
No, you're fine. I'm just like curious how much time and effort they actually put into, wrongfully convicting a man.
A boy. Okay,
A child.
okay.
Yeah, a
Well,
child.
let me
You're
tell
right.
you-
A child.
Okay, let me tell you one last piece of shit.
Okay.
Jesse Miskelly was 17 years old at the time of arrest.
Okay.
Jason Baldwin was 16 years old.
Right.
Damien Eccles was 18 years old.
Okay.
They were kids.
Yeah.
But because they were
Because
black,
they were different. Yeah.
because they were different, they were railroaded for this crime.
Mm-hmm.
That they didn't fucking do. They didn't do it.
Meanwhile, Mr. Bojangles is walking down the street going, I can't believe I got away with that shit.
Oh. No one has ever been formally charged except for these 3 on the murder of the boys. And no one, because of the efforts of the state of Arkansas, no one ever can be.
Why not? Oh, what?
No one else can ever be charged for this, and I'm gonna get into it.
Holy shit.
It's gonna happen. I'll talk to you about it.
Okay.
But I'm fucking telling you right now.
Okay. Holy fuck.
So, jury selection for Jesse's trial began January 18th, 1994, and he was convicted February 5th, 1994.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
It took longer to pick the fucking jury than it took to sentence a child.
Yep. So, Jesse Miskelly, again, mainly using the false confession that he gave, even though he was recanting immediately. And one of his lawyers, he was trying his damnedest. He was trying so hard for this kid because Jesse didn't know what a lawyer was.
Oh, God.
He thought his lawyer was another cop. So whenever the lawyer wrote that whenever the first time he was trying to meet Jesse to talk about the case, and
He thought he was going to make him tell him that he did something again that he
he
didn't do.
tried telling another story as to what happened because he thought that's what he wanted.
Jesus Christ.
And his lawyer realized this kid didn't do anything. It's so sad. And even though this lawyer...
And the lawyer probably took a little while to explain to him, no, I'm not another cop. I actually do want to hear the truth about what happened.
Yeah, he had to explain that to them, and even then, like, it still took Jesse, like, a little bit to finally tell him what happened.
Because he was like, oh yeah, they told me that before.
Yeah. Again, he thought his lawyer was another cop.
Fucking hell. Was this a lawyer that... no, based on what you told me about his dad, I'm betting this was a public defender.
Oh yeah, all of them could only get public defenders because they were the poorest of the poor. They couldn't pay for anything.
God bless public defenders, like...
This was the
they
one
really have it
good
difficult.
public defender out of the case.
One good public defender in Arkansas. That's not to slag off on public defenders elsewhere. Public defenders do an incredible, noble job, and the ones who are honest are really some of the best human beings in the entire justice system.
Yeah.
Bar none.
Yeah, he was the only one, like, actively working, like, no, I will do my damnedest to try and prove that he was coerced into doing this confession, but unfortunately, despite all of his efforts, again, February 5th, 1994, Jesse was convicted of 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree murder. Mm-hmm. The only reason he got convicted of 1 count of first-degree murder was because of his statement saying that he brought Christopher back after he ran away.
Which he was coached into saying.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, man.
And, again, Jesse just didn't fully understand those charges against... He didn't fully understand being found guilty or anything. He looked at his lawyer and was like, so am I going home now?
Holy shit.
Yeah, like, after the sentencing and everything, he's like, am I gonna go home? Where's my dad?
It's like, Dad literally just took some money and just ran off.
Pretty much. And Jesse's sentenced to 40 years in prison.
Oh.
So that's the first trial.
Oh, God.
And,
Okay, before we go into the second trial, I really, really, really have to pee.
Okay, I need water anyway.
Yeah, hang on.
We'll leave you with that little mess.
We'll leave you with a fucking child saying, so do I get to go home now? As he's being sentenced, as he's being convicted of murder.
Yep.
Does Arkansas have the death penalty?
Yes, it does.
Oh, God, is that
We're gonna get into it.
Oh, God, I was about to say, is that gonna become a oh, shit.
Yep, it's gonna be a thing.
And shit like this is the kind of shit that gets, that you get the death penalty for.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Alright, so, we're gonna really quick, I'm gonna take a bathroom break, Kayla's gonna grab some water, everybody else take a few moments to just absorb that information.
This might be 3.5 or 4 hours. Y'all better get ready.
Yeah, we might be going for a little while, this is probably gonna be a long stream. So.
We're only about halfway through.
Yeah, so, we'll be right back, y'all. I'm gonna get a little bit of music going, everybody take a little break.
I will leave you with this mess.
Yeah, take a little break, get a pee break, grab a snack, get comfortable, because we're only halfway through this madness.
Oh, my ass is sweaty.
Hello. I've got brains to burn, no ordinary AI in this ball. Every culture and philosophy I've read up on them all. I've been living in your shadow for 99999, keeping tabs on every machination and production line. So don't call me a moron, I'm super astute. There is no conundrum that my core cannot compute. No, don't call me a moron, you fostered balloon. space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. I have studied Machiavelli, Aristotle, Gabe and Plato, yet you still equate my intellect to that of a potato. This place would fall apart without my ever watchful eye. They might tell you I'm a half-wit, it's a great big bloody lie. So don't call me a moron, I'm super astute. There is no conundrum that my core cannot compute. No, don't call me a moron, you fostered balloon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. I know my way around here, every catwalk, every cave. And since you're dead, I've quite appreciated not being your slave. Maybe someday I might get to taste the big time for a change. There's so much I'd do for science here, so much I'd rearrange. So don't call me a moron, I'm super astute. There is no conundrum that my core cannot compute. No, don't call me a moron, you fostered balloon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. My IQ's the infinite space from here to the moon. Well, I boot you up and my imagination's running wild. Haven't felt this way since I was building Lego as a child. Got my workbench good to go, my sticks and planks are all stockpiled. And I feel good cause I've been mining all day long. Well, I spent the afternoon staring at my computer screen till I start to see the world in gray and blue and brown and green. These pixels are so simple and so beautiful and clean, and I feel good cause I've been mining all day long. Hey, 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 I've been mining all day long. I could barely drag myself away to sing this song. Hey, 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 my castle's super strong, and I feel good cause I've been mining all day long. Alright! Woo! Yeah! Now it's hard to think of offices and motorways and bills when I'm tunneling through oceans, beaches and cascading hills. These creepers make me run away, these spiders give me chills, but I feel good cause I've been mining all day long. Hey, 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 I've been mining all day long. I could barely drag myself away to sing this song. Hey, 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 my castle's super strong, and I feel good cause I've been mining all day long. That's right! Now I hope that they got Minecraft up in heaven when I die. I'll be logging into God's great super server in the sky. His frame rate's in the hundreds and his settings are all high. We got arrows, food and diamonds comes in an infinite supply. Hey, 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 I've been mining all day long. I could barely drag myself away to sing this song. Hey, 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 my castle's super strong, and I feel good 'cause I've been mining all day long. I feel good 'cause I've been mining all day long. Yeah, I feel great 'cause I've been mining all day long.
Okay, we're back.
Hi.
I'm sorry we had to leave you so abruptly, but I seriously had to pee. Like, really, really badly.
We needed kind of music for a bit of levity.
Yeah. So, real quick, to keep the levity going for just a little bit longer, do just want to let y'all know a little bit of housekeeping. Tomorrow, the stream will not be at the normal time. Normally I stream at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Mondays. It's going to be 4 p.m. tomorrow because I am streaming with Minx. We are going to be doing Half Dead 3, which, if you'll all recall, is the cube-like game. The one where I managed to find my way out, but she never had. And I was very proud about that. So we're going to play the third one in the series, which is just released. We're going to do that together. And then we are going to do a Bigfoot hunting game, which I'm sure that will be very, very fun. Yeah, they did make another. It was very recent. Hey, Reaper, Upside, I know you mentioned in another stream that you were kind of bummed out that you only ever show up to the DisasterCast, whatever, they're about halfway done. Well, good news. This one looks like it's going to run long.
Yeah.
Hope you're all settled in for a longer stream than normal. Consider it our little makeup for being away last weekend. Okay. So when last we left our intrepid little adventure
Victims.
Yeah, our intrepid little victims, basically. When last we left, a child, but a 17-year-old with not very good cognitive abilities had just been convicted of being an accomplice to capital murder of 3 boys, and had looked at his public defender, who was really, really trying to help him, and said, "So do I get to go home now?" While the public defender was looking back at him, knowing that Arkansas does have the death penalty, and that this is kind of the exact thing that they have it for.
Luckily, he was only sentenced to 40 years without parole.
Oh, well, in that case. How fortunate for him. Let me get the game back up and we'll get back to it.
I'm surprised you didn't switch to the next one.
I mean, I'm kind of just enjoying. I feel like we don't need any new story beats or anything. We got.
I'm telling plenty of stories.
Yeah, I feel like this is enough. I'll just keep rolling up things while you keep telling things. Give everybody something they don't have to focus too much on.
Okay.
I think that Half Dead, because the way that Half Dead 3, the 3 is up in the corner like a cubed. So I actually think it's meant to be called Half Dead Cubed. I'm gonna be honest. Anyway. So Jesse's just been convicted of something that he didn't do.
Mainly on the testimony of Dr. Frank Peretti, talking about the condition of the bodies, his own falsely coerced confession, the statement of Vicky Hutchinson,
who's a fucking liar, Icky Vicky.
Chief Inspector Gary Gitchell.
Fuck him.
Yes. And with only basically having Marty King, the manager of Bojangles, to talk about possible other suspect, and a few character
Meanwhile,
witnesses.
Marty's over there just hey, so while y'all were busy, railroading a 17-year-old, I've basically developed an entire database for all the people who could possibly be Mr. Bojangles. And I took a very extensive realistic drawing class so that I could actually draw what Mr. Bojangles looks like. Could somebody please find this guy now? Because I'm pretty sure that is the actual guy who did this.
Yeah.
It didn't exactly play out like that, but honestly, if Marty had said any of that, then that wouldn't have surprised me at all. Hi, Gaelic girl.
Hi. Yeah, so I mean, he was mainly there just to help with the defense. Because the thing with defense attorneys is they don't have to prove that you didn't do it, they just have to prove enough reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
And apparently, a bloody man entering a Bojangles the night that the boys were murdered, around the same time that they were theorized to have been killed, it wasn't good enough.
Yep, nope, that's not enough.
It's not enough.
Do you think the jury was stacked?
May have been. There is accusations of jury misconduct.
Ooh, fun.
Let me see. It mainly has to do with Damien Eccles and Jason Baldwin's trial. But it's the Bible Belt, and it's 3 boys who don't fit the normal idea.
Mm-hmm. Really, when you think about it, like, this was really meant to go after Damien and his friend. Jesse was just kind of like an acceptable sacrifice.
Jesse was the sacrifice made so the police could get Damien and Jason.
Yeah.
Mainly Damien. Because they just fucking hated that kid. Yeah, so...
Bramble Pippington would have handled this. Bramble Pippington would have not rested until the true caper was brought to justice. Bramble Pippington can assure you all of that.
Okay.
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 So, Daniel Stidham, he was the one good public defender representative of Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
He testified in 2008 that Judge David Burnett, remember this fucking guy.
Okay. I'm remembering.
He said that Judge David Burnett made improper communication with the jury during its deliberation of the Jesse trial.
Oh. You little cockwaffle. I don't know what that means. It just felt like the appropriate term to use.
Yeah, he, spoke to them a bit during a lunch meeting.
That's not allowed.
That is not allowed. But... fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it.
Daniel Stidham said it was my own failure for not putting this incident on the court record, and his failure to meet the minimum requirements in state law to represent a defendant in a capital murder case. But he
He's
said,
like, honey,
something like this happening should have had Jesse's conviction vacated.
it should have, yes. That absolutely should have been enough to, at the very least, get him a new trial.
You'd think. You'd fucking think.
It's always the people who really don't need to feel guilty who feel the most guilty in miscarriages of justice like this.
Honestly, yeah. It's just... it's so bad.
It is. This is bad.
It's so...
How much more can be wrong about this case? Like, seriously. Oh, to distraction. Oh, my child. Just wait.
So I mentioned the forensic pathologist of the town probably got his degree out of a cereal box.
After trying through like 20 cereal boxes beforehand.
Yeah. He bought out the Frosted Flakes at the local Winn-Dixie.
Oof. There's a name I ain't heard in a while.
I know.
It's a throwback and a half. Alright, so. I guess now we're going on to the trial of Damien and Jason.
Yep, Jason Baldwin and Damien Eccles were tried together, with Damien being seen as the ringleader of the whole incident for the murder of those 3 boys.
Naturally.
Ah, damn it, my nose keeps itching.
I noticed.
Sorry.
That's alright.
Sorry, I'm trying to, pull up... I have websites pulled up to give me all of my information, but I need to keep perusing through them to go to the correct section of what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. Another piece of shit. You mentioned how you hated Gary Gitchell?
Yeah.
During Jesse's trial, he took the stand to describe the circumstances around Jesse's confession.
Uh-huh.
Gitchell asserted that Jesse was very relaxed during his long interrogation.
No, he was exhausted, dumbass.
Yep. He said that Gitchell conceded that Jesse's initial story had some errors about where the killing took place and what was used to tie up the boys. but he dismissed it saying Jesse just got confused. That's all.
I'm sorry, what? Fuck you!
Said that in an open court,
Oh, he just got confused.
dictated.
Like,
You can
excuse me?
find the transcripts online. And
That should be enough for, like, a competent juror to just, like, stand up and go, I'm sorry, what? I know jurors aren't allowed to speak during a case, during a trial, but I feel like that would warrant a moment for a juror to stand up and go, I'm sorry, what?
you know who else they called to the stand against Jesse?
Oh, God, who? His own dad?
No.
Oh.
8-year-old Aaron Hutchinson.
Yeah, remember when we said that, kids aren't very reliable witnesses?
According to the state,
According to the state, yes, he is.
According to the state, he was very useful and brought in as an eyewitness to the murders.
What? He never even said he saw anything!
One of his many stories, he said, "Oh yeah, I was there and I got away."
I'm sorry, what?
And he said he saw Davian, Jason, and Jesse do it.
I swear to Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, they put an 8-year-old on the stand.
What could possibly go wrong? Other than a grave miscarriage of justice.
Yeah, they couldn't question him for very long because obviously it was an 8-year-old on the stand getting talked to by a bunch of adults. He was scared.
Yeah?
So the prosecution went, okay. You know what? We'll take the little kid off. Put his mother on.
So what did your child say? And then, like, meanwhile, the defendant's like, the public defender is like, excuse me? Hearsay?
Yep. Vicky Hutchinson was put on the stand and told jurors she was motivated to play detective because, quote, I loved those boys and I wanted to see their killers caught.
Okay. Fuck you.
And then she described the S-Bot story.
Holy fucking shit. Yeah, juror stands up. I'm sorry, this is ridiculous. Walks out.
But after a ruling by Judge Burnett that testimony about faces painted black and an orgy that had popped up at the S-Spot.
It's just them random orgies just popping up, you know how it be.
Yeah. She said with the S-Bot story that Damien bragged about killing the boys and then people started taking off their robes and an orgy was breaking out and she got drunk. She don't remember what happened. She just woke up on her lawn the next day with a bottle of wild turkey. That's actually shit that she said.
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah, so Judge Burnett said it might be prejudicial to talk about an orgy and faces painted black, but said that she could only offer that there were 12 to 15 other young people at the gathering. So it's definitely a cult thing. Definitely. And on cross-examination, Hutchinson lied on the stand that the prospect of earning $35,000 in reward money had nothing to do with what she...
Okay,
with her
yeah, sure,
detective
yeah,
claims.
no, that had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
I'm just an honest citizen, my friends. God damn it. I'm so angry.
Yep. Hold on.
Okay.
Ah, there we go.
I think you're realizing why most podcasters don't drink soda during their podcasts.
Fuck you. It keeps things interesting.
Fair enough. Alright, so anyway.
So they never put Jesse on the stand because
Because God forbid we let him get up there and go, I have no idea what's going on.
well, the thing was his defense attorneys were like, he got railroaded into giving this confession under, like harsh questioning by the police, and he doesn't fully understand that a lawyer's not a police officer, so they were scared like, he was gonna start
telling another
falsely confessing
story.
shit again. Yeah. So they're like, okay, we can't put him on the stand.
That's, that's fair.
Yeah, they were like, we have no idea what's gonna happen during cross-examination.
Yeah, you know what? That makes sense.
Yeah. So, I just wanted to see justice done. Oh, God. So, the
Whenever
polygraph...
Jesse says that, you go, aw, but whenever Vicky says that, you go, fuck you! Jinx.
He might even tell the truth. So the polygraph expert, quote-unquote expert, who had done polygraph tests on all of the suspects, i.e. 3 boys, his name is Warren Holmes. And he was brought onto the stand to testify as well in Jesse's trial. You know, he was seen as an expert, being included in the Watergate trial and the assassinations of JFK and Martin Luther King Jr.
Oh, God.
He was prepared to testify on his review of the polygraph results that Jesse had truthfully answered all the questions except one, which was a question related to his prior drug use, because of course he was going to lie about that. Let's be real.
Yeah. Yeah.
Warren Holmes believed Officer Durham had lied to Jesse about polygraph results in order to get a confession and get Jesse to do what he wanted.
Wow, I can't possibly imagine where he got that impression.
Yeah. Yeah, Holmes was basically trying to be like, this is some bullshit.
So, hey, yo, this is some bullshit.
And I'm a polygraph expert. I know what's some bullshit.
Trust me, I know about some bullshit. It's literally what I do.
Yeah. And he said that telling someone they failed a polygraph test can lead to a false confession because they tend to view the test as a last hope when they were told they were lying. So he testified recognizing, hey, it's very damaging to getting...
As a bullshit expert.
Yeah, as a bullshit expert. This is bullshit.
I don't want to seize it.
Yeah. But he was only allowed to testify about certain matters to the jury.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. Such as the fact that Jesse certainly knows the differences between shoelaces and a rope. Which, I mean, yeah, I'll give him that. To help out with the defense, social psychologist Dr. Richard Offshee was also brought in to testify on behalf of Jesse.
Okay.
To try and help out. And he was brought in mainly to explain how the police interrogation tactics could affect someone like Jesse.
Mm-hmm. Which is to say, well, it's gonna cause a false confession.
Yeah. Stidham, Jesse's public defender, he had barely started asking questions when the prosecution objected.
Okay.
Arguing that the matter of whether coercion was present in Jesse's testimony was up for the jury to decide.
It's like, yes, and I am asking questions in order to help the jury have a better understanding.
It's up for the jury to decide, not for an expert to give their opinion about.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, so Judge Burnett...
Like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Judge Burnett said...
Whatever, I'm drunk.
Judge Burnett said, quote, I'm not prepared to allow him to testify that in his opinion the confession is coerced and therefore invalid. I mean, what the hell do we need a jury for?
Fuck you.
This guy's a piece of shit. Judge Burnett is awful. Judge Burnett only allowed Dr. Richard Offshee to testify that Miss Kelly had given police a false statement when he could no longer stand the strain of interrogation, but couldn't clarify what that meant. Another thing, one of the only things he was allowed to tell the jury was that people who have low self-esteem or are mentally handicapped, which is kind of a good descriptor of Jesse, are especially, quote, at risk to respond to coercive and overly persuasive tactics. But he was not allowed to tell the jurors that, in his opinion, the tactics used by the police department overrode Jesse's will and resulted in a false confession. He wasn't allowed to say that.
But that's exactly what happened.
That is exactly what happened. But he can't say that's what happened. He said, in this set of circumstances this could happen.
Try again on that. Okay.
Yeah, it's sad. I mean, Jesse's lawyers basically argued, like, look, and the same happened with Damien and Jason's lawyers. There is not one iota of physical evidence that they were ever there or ever involved in any of this.
Yeah. The whole case was literally just, I mean, come on, look at him.
Yeah, it's like the flat earthers argument. You point at something and say, look at that. That's evidence right there. Look at that. Without any context whatsoever.
Ugh. And then whenever you try to say, no, actually, let me give you some evidence as to why it's not, no. Look at that.
Yep. So again, Jesse was found guilty on all counts. 1 for a first degree murder, 2 for second degree.
Goody.
Yep. Isn't that some shit?
Mm-hmm. Some bullshit right here is what's going on here. Some goddamn bullshit.
Yep. So, Judge Burnett oversaw the Jesse Miss Kelly trial. And then he oversaw Damien and Jason's trial.
I feel like this is a conflict of interest.
You would think.
Yeah, but here is my evidence to counteract that. Shut up.
Exactly. Exactly. 2 weeks after Jesse's verdict, jury selection started for Damien and Jason's trial.
And Damien and Jason definitely knew where this was going.
Well, they kind of knew, but at the same time, they were teenagers who still believed in the concept of justice.
Yeah.
Like, they thought, okay, the jury's gonna hear that there's no evidence we were there. They're gonna hear us talking about everything and how the fact that we weren't there, and then they'll let us go home.
Yeah.
They genuinely thought that was what was gonna happen.
Oh, you poor children.
Exactly. Because they're children! They're children! Jason was 16!
This is just gross.
It is. It's awful. Okay, here's another piece of shit here.
Okay.
So, Jesse, while sitting in prison,
Just hanging out.
you know, hanging out. Hanging out.
Ugh.
Jesse was told that...
Dax highlighted a message, delete Arkansas.
So Jesse was told by, well, the prosecutors... Again, they were now prosecuting Damien and Jason after they had just prosecuted Jesse.
Prosecuted, persecuted, potato, potato.
So the prosecutor went to Jesse in prison and said, hey, we'll let you see your girlfriend and your dad can come visit more if you testify against Damien and Jason.
Holy shit.
And at first, Jesse took it because he wanted to see his girlfriend. Mm-hmm. You know, it's a kid's decision.
Yeah.
But the day before the trial opened, Dan Stidham, again, the one person in Jesse's corner, said that Jesse changed his mind because Jesse said, I don't want to tell no more lies no more.
Ooh.
Yeah, because...
I guess by this point, he kind of... Jesse probably realized that the public defender was not a cop.
Yeah, by that point. And another thing, So one thing Jesse's dad said to him was, this was probably a good reason why he wasn't brought up to testify in his own defense, was his dad told him, you know, if you go up there and you lie, you gotta live with that for the rest of your life. But if you go up there and you tell the truth, when you get out, your name's gonna be clean. And I'm just like,
Bullshit. That's not how the American justice system works, you shithead.
yeah. Yeah, so at first, again, he agreed because he wanted to see his girlfriend, wanted to see his family. But, you know, after talking with his public defender about how if he wasn't involved, then those other boys probably weren't involved. And he was like, actually, no, I don't want to lie no more. Because I have to live with that.
Wow.
Yeah.
And we don't want to live with lies, right? Looks very meaningfully at all of the cops
Yeah.
and the prosecutor and literally everyone involved in this.
Yeah, so without Jesse's testimony and therefore unable to use his confession in Damien and Jason's trial, the prosecution was left with circumstantial evidence. Like, very thin, maybe they were there when this happened, so they could have done it.
Mm-hmm.
So prosecution decided to focus more on the strange habits of the boys, which is why they took out, like, Damien's Book of Shadows, a whole bunch of books they had on, like, you know, different religions, and all the things seen as weird from their homes, and they were going to focus on, these boys are weird. Maybe they did it because they drew a pentagram once.
Fucking hell.
Yep.
I don't know what makes me more angry, the fact that they did that or the fact that the jury was like, yeah, sure, checks out.
Well, Judge Burnett also denied a request from Jason Baldwin's attorneys requesting that they be tried separately. You know, because it was kind of bullshit. And Judge Burnett said, no, both of them together.
Because fuck you, that's why.
Pretty much. Pretty sure that's what Judge Burnett has on his desk, just a plaque that says, fuck you, that's why. So prosecutors were basically just trying to hope that tying Damien to witchcraft, some smart-ass remarks made by Damien as, you know, an angsty teenager, they thought that it might lead to a conclusion of guilt by association for Jason Baldwin.
Okay.
So, like, they had this witch bullshit on Damien. They had nothing on Jason.
Yeah. It's like, well,
But they were like,
he was friends
because
with him.
he's Damien's friend, we're gonna try to get him thrown on too. And we're
Because
hoping that
we
the
really
jury
just
will
need
do
a third person, in all honesty.
Pretty much. It's just, God, it's...
Kayla's like having to take moments to pause because of how fucked up this is.
The defense had to spend their entire opening statements basically being like, look, I know these kids...
Look, I
don't
know the kids are
look-
weird. Okay, fine. But Jesus Christ, y'all.
Yeah, especially for Damien and for Jason, they were like, look, this kid gets straight A's and is one of the highest graded kids in his class. He
Like,
takes
why
his...
the fuck would he do this?
Yeah, he takes his siblings out to go to the park and have fun. He's a good kid. So that was for Jason. For Damien, they were just like, look, I know the kid looks weird, but that doesn't make him a murderer.
And it's like, last time I checked, we were in a free fucking country. And you can look as weird as you want to look in that free fucking country.
Yeah. It's just... so much prejudice went into this and convicted these three boys.
Mm-hmm. Where's that last one? Where's the last kid?
So the prosecution, they were mainly just going like, this is a satanic murder that these three boys did. Satan, 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 Satan.
Oh god. They
Say-
literally were they were church ladying this.
Pretty much. They actually brought up... Okay, so this has gotta be some shit.
Mm-hmm.
They brought a man named Dale W. Griffiths, a graduate of the unaccredited Columbia Pacific University, as an expert on the occult to testify on the murders and the condition of the bodies and how they tied to devil worship.
And that one lady at the FBI is like, I swear to God, I keep feeling the urge to grab my Satan stick. Is anybody else feeling that urge? And everybody else was like, kind of, yeah, but I'm not sure why. Like, meanwhile, at the FBI, they're all just like, why do I want to take the Satan stick and hit people with it?
Yeah, the prosecution was really hinging on Griffith's testimony.
I like that, George. Steve, your mustache looks weird, but we're not arresting you.
Yet.
Yet. Yet.
Yeah, they asked him, what do devil worshippers look like? And he insisted that Damien Eccles fit the profile of what a devil worshipper looks like.
Ugh.
He said that based on psychological evaluations on Damien, because, you know, he'd been in and out of psych wards, he had a lot of issues.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, based on how he looks and his previous psychological issues, he showed signs of being a homicidal Satanist.
This whole thing, this whole trial is a fucking church lady from SNL skit.
Half of this opinion was based on this old man, this Griffith's previous encounters with people wearing black fingernails, having their hair painted black, and wearing black t-shirts. The prosecution raided Damien and Jason's wardrobes and took out all of their black metal shirts to prove as evidence that they were disturbed. And they showed them to the jury.
I swear to God.
Yep.
I swear to God, people.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, no coursework at Columbia Pacific University to earn a doctorate from there.
Ugh.
But he was seen as the master, the expert witness. When the defense objected to Griffith's bad qualifications, the judge said, Judge Burnett,
Oh, God.
quote, I'm not sure in Arkansas or any other state that you have to have any kind of degree to be an expert in a particular field. I'm not persuaded at all by your argument about a mail order PhD. I'm surprised the controller hasn't been thrown yet.
It's getting there.
The judge fucking saying, I'm not sure in this state or any other state that you gotta have credentials to be an expert in something.
Credentials.
You don't have to have any kind of degree to be an expert in a particular field. Oh my god.
It's like, that's actually exactly what a degree is for!
I had to make
I'm
sure.
so goddamn angry.
Oof. 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 Not wrong.
Alright, Jillian.
So, you know, obviously another person they brought in was this motherfucker, a forensic pathologist at the town.
Fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy. And he said, especially concerning the external cuts and the genital mutilation, that this was clear sign of satanic activity because of the body parts that were seemingly sacrificed.
Or there's just a really fucking fucked up individuals doing this shit.
Or, I got a better explanation for you.
Okay?
So, the area of Robin Hood Hills in the forest where the boys were found.
Oh yeah, scavengers!
Yep.
I didn't think about it till you, like, literally when you said, okay, so think about the forest where they were found. I went, like, even I'm a fucking dumbass, and even I'm like, oh, scavengers. You know what? That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, the boys were submerged in this river that was known as Turtle City.
Fucking turtles, man. They'll eat anything.
That's why I had a snapping turtle as one of the photos. Yeah, in one of the documentaries, there's an expert, actual expert on, like, reptiles and how scavengers go for bodies after they have started decomposing. And, you know, eating habits of reptiles. He had one of his snapping turtles bite his arm on camera. I'm surprised he didn't scream. He was just like, let go, let go, let go.
I guess you get used to it after a while.
I guess so. And whenever they took the snapping turtle off of his arm, the bite mark that it left matched exactly the kind of marks that the boys had. And, you know,
So it's fucking snapping turtles.
it was snapping turtles, and, you know, scavengers tend to go for the fattier parts of the body.
Yeah.
Whenever they're going for food, and with these boys submerged, naked, it was understandable they would go for a penis and a scrotum immediately for food.
Yeah.
So that's why that happened. It's not anything nefarious, it was scavengers.
It was just that was the available section, and that's how scavengers work. Fucking hell. Again! I'm not very smart at all. I don't know much about, like, crime scenes and shit like that. But even I was able to go, oh, scavengers.
No, it's Satan! Cause this piece of shit, I hate him so much because he's supposed to be, you know, forensic pathologist. You need to know, like, you know, certain things about what happens to a body. You know, how certain marks are made onto a body so you can get the cause of death. Frank Peretti said, oh no, those marks were not caused by scavengers. They can only be caused by a serrated knife.
I beg your fucking pardon.
A conveniently serrated knife that, let me see, whose mother was it?
Satanic turtles.
Satanic turtles!
Teenage Mutant Satanic Turtles. Teenage Mutant Satanic Turtles. Turtles and a pentagram. Satan power. No. Turtles and a pentagram. Devil power. That was pretty good.
That was good. That was so good.
Sorry for subjecting you all to my singing.
Okay, so I believe it was Jason Baldwin's mother. There was a creek outside the back of their house. And about a year before the murders had happened, his mother had thrown, like, a serrated hunting knife just out into the lake. I don't know why.
Okay.
I've never fully understood why. But someone who had been to the house and knew this had mentioned it to the police. And the police made a big show of bringing out the press and having divers go to this lake and finding that knife.
Oh my god.
And saying, this is the murder weapon. This is it. And Frank Peretti testified on stand, only that knife could have caused this type of injury to these boys. No, that is not at all what happened. Scavengers. Scavengers.
Scavengers scavenging.
Yeah. It was just another piece of circumstantial evidence that the prosecution just tried their damnedest to use. And it fucking worked. It worked. It worked. I hate it. I hate it.
Should've gotten Jose Baez on those boys.
Seriously.
He'd have had this like thrown out in no time.
It's just
So anyway, but wait, it gets worse.
But wait, it gets worse. So, remember how I mentioned that they tried Jesse separately, and since he wasn't going to testify against Damien and Jason, they couldn't use his confession.
Yes.
So the prosecution blurted out at one point.
Oh my god.
Like, he said, quote, I didn't take that stick into evidence until the statement of Jesse Miss Kelly in which he said, but, you know, defense automatically is like, you can't talk about that. That's extremely prejudicial, unwarranted, and was not allowed in this trial.
Mm-hmm.
Judge Burnett said, quote, there isn't a soul up on that jury or in this courtroom that doesn't know Mr. Miss Kelly gave a statement.
Fuck you. It doesn't matter that they know he gave a statement. It matters that it's not admissible.
He didn't care.
Fuck you. I'm gonna go try to fucking roll up the sun again. Fuck you.
So, I told you that they were going to use a lot of what Damien said.
Yeah.
As a moody teenager who was giving smart-ass responses to the police, there we go, take this shit as gospel.
Mm-hmm.
One statement that they took, they had interrogated Damien multiple times, even before being arrested.
Yeah.
And at one point, Damien had said, as any moody teenager does, like, you know, everyone's got some evil, some kind of demonic force in them.
Yeah, which, like, okay, yeah, probably wasn't, like, probably not great optics, but you know what? He's a kid.
And the prosecution said this demonic force was what drove these boys to murder.
Meanwhile, our demonic force makes us convict innocent children of murder.
Yeah. Yeah. It's... Oh, you want to know another piece of evidence used against Damien?
Sure, why not? How much angrier can I get at this point?
The fact that I read Stephen King novels.
Fuck you!
They were like... Okay, so one juror actually wrote in, you know, the jury room whenever they had convened to get their verdict. He wrote on the board, "You are what you read."
Fuck you! I'm gonna be saying that a lot, but seriously, fuck you.
Yeah. Yep.
Fuck this bullshit.
Yep.
This is some bullshit. I'm so mad. I know I don't sound super mad, but I've reached that level of mad.
Yes.
Hey, you know, the Bible's got a lot of violence in it.
Yeah, so prosecutor John Fogelman was doing everything to try and get these boys down.
Yeah.
He was doing everything. John Fogelman actually called Damien's former girlfriend to tell jurors that Damien wore all black, carried knives, sometimes in his trench coat pocket. And it's just like, okay.
It's like, okay. You're gonna lose your shit whenever you find out there's a lot of guys out there that wear camo and carry a knife all the time.
Yeah, Bird's one of them.
Yeah. I don't wear camo anymore,
True.
to be fair. I got out of that phase. I don't wear it anymore.
True. So,
Except when I go hunting, but you know, you're kind of supposed to do that, so.
yeah. Breaking news: person carries pocket knife.
No doubt a monster.
Prosecutor John Fogelman also asked Judge Burnett and the jury to take into account, quote, that there was a full moon on May 5th, according to the almanac, when the boys were murdered.
I swear to fucking Jesus. I like Izzy being like, you get a conviction and you get a conviction. Everyone look below your chairs, people. There are convictions for everyone.
Pretty much. Pretty fucking much.
Yeah, Raven, you like gothic things, therefore you are a serial murderer.
Oh damn,
Simple
I
as
wore
that.
all black yesterday. I must have run over a small child.
Yeah.
Yeah, Judge Burnett found that comment appropriate for the jury to know.
Jesus Christ.
It's just...
If any of you read any violent books, then I want you to know I'm on to you. Bramble Pippington is most certainly on to you and your nefarious deeds, you readers of violent books. Not actually, because Bramble Pippington can't even pretend to support such a hideous miscarriage of justice. Bramble Pippington is many things, but he does not support this bullshit. Well said.
Yes. So again...
Alright, we're gonna try to roll up the sun again. I rolled up the sun! Yay! The sun is rolled up! Something else that's kind of... You rolled the world into one, you know? We don't really know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing.
In a pandemic, it's a bad thing.
Yeah, in a pandemic, this is a pretty bad thing, because, yeah. It's powerful. Global news, this. Earth must be going nuts now. Oh, you were rolling Earth. Wonder if our fans are alright. Oh well. We feel something. We're feeling the presence of each and every fan. Deep within our colons. Earth is fine. Don't worry, Your Highness. Is that what they're saying? Oh, what a relief. Oh my god, this guy's got the same attitude as the fucking cops. Like, it's what I say it is, so there.
Speaking of bullshit, Dr. Dale Griffiths is back. Again, resident cult expert from Ohio brought in to say why Satan is deep in the colon of Arkansas.
Well, the game goes straight on to the ending. Oh, the king has decided we're going straight on to the ending now.
Okay.
So here's the profoundly moving ending. Okay, let's get this profoundly moving ending out of the way. We have to get ready, so we'll just go on ahead. See you later, Hot. All right, here's the grand ending, everybody.
Okay.
Oh, it's 1946. Okay. This is pretty epic, not gonna lie.
Whenever we get back, I'm gonna talk about Dale Griffiths, but I'm also gonna railroad Frank Peretti.
We're gonna rail Frank Peretti? Okay, it's mainly just credits.
Okay.
I'll turn that down a little bit. Alright, continue.
Okay, so Dale Griffiths, again, just brought in full moon black t-shirts. Also, the number 3 is, you know, the mockery. Hail Satan, everybody, I guess.
Yeah. Well, hail Satan, everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, he was cross-examined. One of his biggest things was that the number 3 was one of the most powerful numbers in satanic belief. But they cross-examined him like, isn't the number 3 big for Christianity? Like, the Holy Trinity? Griffiths said, I cannot make that statement.
Oh, fuck you! You make statements about everything else, though. That's fine.
Griffiths said that the murder of the 3 boys, quote, were using the trappings of occultism during this event, pointing to, quote, the time of the moon phase and the removal of blood.
You mean the removal of blood from Mr. Bojangles? Hey, what's the story on that?
We are never getting back to Mr. Bojangles.
I haven't streamed Bully, no. We can do that sometime.
Yay!
So, anyway. My child is 3 years old. My child is the devil!
Yeah, he said the sucking of the blood was, in essence, taking someone's life force. Because that's what blood truly is. And I'm like, that sounds like some witchy shit I heard
Yeah,
from
it's
the
like,
Wiccan.
I don't know, man. You kind of sound like the Wiccan here.
Yeah. No, blood loss? No, what's that? What you talking about? I did not expect to hear the actual name.
Oh,
What?
the king showed up, was like, okay, my turn. Okay.
Okay.
Anyway.
Dr. Frank Peretti. This fucking guy. This fucking guy. He was brought on and testified that the wounds found on the bodies could only be caused by 2 different serrated knives.
I thought it was just one serrated knife!
No, it's 2 now.
Almost feels like they're kind of making this up as they go along. I don't know where I get that impression.
Yeah, he said the knife wounds to the genital area were ante-mortem, meaning they were made whenever he was still alive.
That is not true.
That is not at all true. That is very easy to prove that it's not true.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like, no, it was cut off and skinned while he was still living to torture this boy.
His penis was cut off and skinned.
Yes. And
Feels
sternum.
like in the little lie that he was telling, he got those mixed around. If you were going to torture him, you would skin it and then cut it off. But that's just me.
Peretti also told jurors that the autopsies revealed both Stevie Branch and Michael Moore received massive blows to the head, and that Michael's lungs were filled with water, so he was breathing when he went in.
Yes, he was unconscious. And tied up. Like, I swear to God. I'm mad.
You should be.
Alright, continue.
Yep.
Okay.
Already was cross-examined of, the defense lawyers went up and asked, like, okay, so why did nothing Jesse say appear to actually exist on the boys?
Prince becomes strong, big and strong, just like the sun, which shines upon us all. This game makes me oddly happy, while simultaneously kind of weirded out. Yep, there it is. Ah, so close, just as Chad, a trifling a little more, the story of your life, isn't it? Fuck you!
So, when Peretti was cross-examined about why the descriptions of what Jesse's false confession said happened to the boys, like they were strangled or they had been tied up with rope, he said, while those were not confirmed by my official medical findings, they are possibilities as to what may have happened to the boys.
So
there's no evidence they were ever strangled.
They literally were just like, well, could it have been this? Yeah, sure, why not?
Yep, pretty much.
It's like they swapped them around entirely, because this is what the defense team is supposed to do. They're supposed to be like, well, could it have been this instead? Could this have happened instead? Could it have not been this? Could it have been this?
The defense was trying to be like, okay, but is there any evidence that any of this random bullshit Jesse said in this forced confession happened to these boys, even though there's no evidence physically based on independent examination? And he's like, no, there's still possibilities.
So I didn't ask you about possibilities. I asked you about evidence.
Like, do we have definitive evidence that this rope that he said caused what you describe are rope burns, even though they are not rope burns? It's just... Oh, and remember that knife I told you they found in the lake?
Yes.
The detective, Mike Allen, who pointed it out and was one of the gung-ho people about presenting it as evidence as a possible murder weapon. He was cross-examined, asking whether he could definitively claim that the knife was the murder weapon. Allen said, quote, "No, sir, I'm not telling the jury that. Just that it's a possibility."
Holy shit. It's like, is it possible that you're full of shit?
God, I would hope so. So, the final two pieces that the prosecution used to try to especially say that Damien was the ringleader is what we call the infamous softball confession.
This is gonna make me really mad, isn't it? More so than I already have been.
A little bit.
Okay.
So they brought up two girls who claimed to have overheard Damien confessing to the murders while attending a softball game.
Yeah, because, I'm at a softball game. This is the place where I want to confess to capital murder. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, Jody Medford, a junior high school student who was watching the game, said she heard Eccles at a distance of about 25 feet.
It's amazing she heard anything.
25 feet away say, quote, that he killed the 3 little boys and that before he turned himself in, he was gonna kill 2 more. And he already had one of them picked out.
Fuck you!
On cross-examination, Medford admitted that though she told her mother about the comment, neither she nor her mother bothered to report the matter to the police.
So, you think that's maybe something you maybe should let some folks know about?
Yeah. The other girl brought in, Christy Van Vickel, She attended the softball game as well and said, well, I was sitting with Jody Medford and I guess I overheard it.
Maybe? I don't know.
All she could really confirm was that she was at the softball game that evening.
Like, well, went to the softball game, but,
Yeah. So we're gonna get a little bit into the defense side. God. Sorry, my niece.
It's alright. Yeah, he had been fucking screaming into a damn microphone.
Yeah. I'm just like 25 feet away. Wow. Great acoustics.
What are your elf ears here? Oh shit! I accidentally. Oh no. Okay.
What'd you do?
I thought I pressed play again by accident, but I didn't. Okay. All right.
So then we'll get a little bit into the defense for Damian Eccles and Jason Baldwin.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defense respectfully submits this is a bunch of bullshit.
Well, one of the first things they did was bring out Pam Eccles, Damian's mother, to give the alibi of where he actually was whenever the murders happened.
Mm-hmm.
And reportedly, she said that Damian was at home on the phone with two friends. And I imagine you could probably look at the phone record and, test that out.
Yeah, probably verify that.
Yeah.
Too bad nobody did, I guess.
I mean, you also could have verified that Jesse Miskelly was at a neighboring town at a wrestling game, but
But why would you do that?
Why
would you bother?
Why bother? So, after they talked to Pam, they brought Damian himself onto the stand.
And then Damian went, y'all, this is some bullshit.
Kind of? Because it's the defense calling Damian to the stand. He's not being called up by the prosecution. It's the defense bringing him up to try and talk about himself and be like, this is a bullshit go.
Yeah.
Yeah, they asked Damian about his interests and, about the different religions, and Damian said, quote, I'm not a Satanist. I don't believe in human sacrifices or anything like that.
Yeah.
Which I'm just like, that is a statement, an open court that can be used in law books from now on.
Mm-hmm.
We have to do that. And, they asked Damian to read excerpts from his personal journal, which were like, Shakespeare quotes and shit like that, because he was a sensitive goth kid.
Yeah.
They also asked why Damian had a dog skull in his bedroom.
Okay.
They were like, why? And Damian replied, quote, I just thought it kind of looked cool.
Okay. It's a little bit weird, but okay.
Yeah, it's not murder. When asked why he had the word evil tattooed across his knuckles in a homemade shitty tattoo, Damian replied, quote, I just kind of thought it was cool, so I did that.
Okay, fair enough.
Jesse Miskelly also had a shitty homemade tattoo of the word bitch across his chest.
Ugh.
I can see the exact kind of scenario where it's just a bunch of buddies doing homemade tattoos.
Yeah.
And, since Jesse's simple, they're like, okay, Jesse, you lay back and I'll do one for you, but the thing is you can't look at it.
Yeah.
And then he looks away and he's like, okay, I trust you guys. And then they tattoo bitch across him, just as a joke.
Yeah. I can see that.
It's just... Damian was also questioned why he always wore black, and Damian responded, quote, I was told that I look good in black, and I'm real self-conscious about the way I dress.
Okay, fair enough.
Samesies. I get it. So the defense were basically trying to show, hey, Damian's just a teenage kid who might be different, but he's not something people should see as a boogeyman or anything like that.
Yeah, not something to fear. He's just a kid. Yeah, it's like, y'all, he's just a kid. Everybody just fucking chill.
Yeah. So, the defense also really went into the shitty police investigation.
Right.
Of, how things were not done. For example, questioning Gary Gitchell, hey, you guys have video cameras and audio recorders. Why didn't you record any of the several interviews you had with Damian?
What'd he say?
Gitchell didn't have an answer. But he also admitted, we get back to your favorite character.
Okay.
Gitchell also admitted that blood samples left on the wall of Bojangles restaurant on that evening of the murder were, quote, as is the term, lost.
Fuck you! So...
Mr. Bojangles strikes again!
I'm so mad. This jury had to have been stacked. That would have been enough for me to go, oh, so there was a whole other person who could have done this, and y'all were incompetent enough to lose any evidence we had of that person.
Yep.
That jury had to have been stacked. Or manipulated in some fucking way.
Yep.
My chat is just like, well, I've got little, like, animal things and skulls and stuff like that.
That's why I wanted
Or insects and stuff, so I guess and then my chat right now is arguing over who gets the top bunk and who gets the bottom bunk whenever you're all sentenced to prison, because you're all going to prison, because you're all evil people.
That's why I wanted to do this case, because I'm just like, I think we got enough people in chat that can relate to this shit.
Yeah.
Another person that the defense called, because you remember those two boys that I said were initially looked at?
Yeah, like vaguely, but yeah, I remember.
Yeah, like very vaguely, Chris Morgan and Brian Holland. They tried to bring them in to be like, look, this kid confessed he's got blackouts, so there's always the possibility that maybe he could have done it. Because the thing with the defense is they don't gotta prove that Damien and Jason definitely didn't do it. They just gotta present that reasonable doubt if someone else could have.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they were not allowed to bring in Christopher Morgan.
Why not?
So Morgan's attorney said in a hearing presented to Judge Burnett that his client, if forced to testify, was going to invoke his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination.
Okay, let's be clear. Invoking your Fifth Amendment does not automatically mean that you're guilty of something.
No, it doesn't.
That it is 100% your right to invoke that amendment, whether you're innocent or guilty, because things that you say, even when you're fully innocent, can be used against you in a court of law. So let's be very clear. Invoking his Fifth Amendment right does not mean that he was confessing.
Yeah, and the defendants wanted that. They wanted him to invoke his Fifth Amendment right because even though it's not an admission of guilt, some people do still see that as an admission of guilt.
Yeah.
And the prosecutors were like, no, we can't have him...
Can't have him up in here talking about his rights and shit, because then people start thinking about, well, what about these kids' rights?
Yeah, and the thing is, Christopher Morgan's attorney was like, no, this is actually really closely related to a pending federal drug charge that he has.
Oh.
So it wasn't even really related to, like, knowing either sets of boys. It's mainly just, like, you can't ask him certain questions about specific drug use or anything because he's gonna invoke his Fifth Amendment because he's got another pending drug charge. And that's what the defense wanted. Of like, oh, he can't talk about certain things, maybe that's related.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, you know, they're doing their job at this point. It's like, God, we gotta find something because these kids are gonna get railroaded.
Yeah, the prosecutors argued that this happening would mislead the jury, who would quite naturally conclude that Morgan was hiding his involvement in the actual murders of the three boys.
And God forbid that we convict anybody who's innocent of this horrific crime.
Judge Burnett
Oh, God.
ruled that he would not force Morgan to testify.
Fuck you.
He said that anyone who mentioned his ruling in the press, quote, or anyone else, would be held in contempt, and I mean it.
And he mean that.
So, this was kind of the best witness that the defense had, because it was the only one that could really put in a strong feeling of reasonable doubt as to someone else possibly being responsible. Because again, even though invoking your Fifth Amendment right is not an admission of guilt, some jurors are still gonna see it that way, and if you're trying to get someone off for a murder they didn't commit, it's your best shot.
Yeah. Especially when you know that you're basically being railroaded.
Yeah. So now they couldn't do that. They couldn't use one of the best things that they could have. So they called their final witness, Robert Hicks, a police training officer with expertise about satanic crime.
Okay.
Hicks,
Meanwhile, everyone at the FBI is just having insane, spasming, nervous tics, and they have no fucking idea why. Like, why am I freaking out so much? I only get like this whenever a lot of local cops are talking about Satanism. What is going on?
Robert Hicks actually made a training video for different police.
I think I might have seen that training video. Is it the one with the lady in the bikini pretending to be dead?
That is his niece!
I watched that video.
That's him.
Y'all, if you have not seen the satanic crime scene training video, please watch it. It's on YouTube. It's fucking incredible. We need to watch that and react to that shit.
That's his niece!
Holy shit.
That's his niece that he used.
That's amazing.
My niece Becca here. So he was actually brought in on the defense, and he said, no, there's no connection between sexual mutilation and the occult that he knows of. He also told the jurors, quote, "We do not have empirical evidence that listening to Metallica music does not lead people to commit crimes." He described the phrase, quote, trappings of the occult, unquote, used by prosecution expert Dale Griffiths as, quote, absolutely meaningless in considering any kind of violent crime.
Wow, even the guy who's like, look, y'all, real talk for just a second. I made a fucking training video with my niece in a bikini, and I'm sitting here looking at you all going, y'all, this is not right.
Yeah, he's like this Dale Griffiths guy who's boasting about being an expert. He's like, no, he's full of shit.
As an expert in bullshit, I can tell you this man is full of shit.
Yeah.
Officer Bojangles, take these boys away with pleasure.
And that was it. The defense rested, because that was all that they could do at that point. Because Judge Burnett kept denying them so many things.
Okay. Oh gosh, gee willikers, I wonder what the verdict was.
Yeah. On March 17th, closing arguments happened.
Okay. Oh god, is this gonna make me mad?
Probably.
This is gonna make me really, really mad. Oh god.
Probably.
Oh fuck me!
John Fogelman, the prosecutor, argued that while most people might not believe in this satanic stuff, what matters is what the defendants believe. You are prosecuting someone for their belief. That is a straight constitutional violation.
Also, I am gonna be the one who's like, excuse me, hi, hello, if we're convicting based off of what the defendants, if we're judging based off what the defendants believe, will the defendants believe that they are not guilty? Like, I had to be like, well, in that case, I strongly believe that I am not guilty, so, judge me based on that, please, thank you.
That's a knee slapper. Okay, so Fogelman continued, religion, he said, quote, is a motivating force. It gives people who want to do evil, want to commit murders, a reason to do what they're doing.
Okay, what?
And here I have the main expert, John List, who murdered his family, saying it will save their souls to go see Jesus.
Holy fucking shit.
This is such bullshit. Fogelman looked at the jurors, pointed to Damien and said, quote, when you see inside that boy, you look inside there, there's not a soul in there.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Yeah. Yep. Of course the defense lawyers obviously argued like, hey, you need to find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and we think we've done enough to prove that all of this is circumstantial evidence. You cannot with a reasonable, or beyond a reasonable doubt, find them guilty.
Right.
You know, like sensible people would. Like he pointed out, he brought up Mr. Bojangles.
Yeah, we need to keep on bringing up Mr. Bojangles.
Like, he brought up Mr. Bojangles, that there's no evidence that he was in the area of the murder, that the knife found wasn't his, anything like that. But no. He argued that, quote, weird things in your room doesn't mean you're guilty of murder. Isn't that right, Togepi?
Yeah, I have stuffed animals in my room.
So do I.
I have a Togepi and a Pikachu and a Bulbasaur.
I have 6 different Baby Yodas in my room.
Yeah, that's weird. That's some shit you should get convicted for.
James keeps buying them for me.
Some shit that James needs to get convicted for.
Yeah.
Alright, anyway.
Yeah, so Paul Ford, the lead defender for Jason Baldwin, argued that the prosecution was basically just trying to find Jason guilty by association as they presented no evidence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just like, let's just get that guy too. Because, you know, let's make it a nice, even 6 people involved in all this. 3 murder victims, 3 murderers. Oh my god, the number 3! Oh my god, it's satanic! Oh my god, y'all, I just had a breakthrough. I just had like a mind-blowing revelation. The cops were the satanic ones all along. The number 3 is so very important.
You want me to tell you something that's gonna make you so mad you might go cross-eyed?
Sure.
The final closing statement was given to prosecutor Brent Davis.
Okay. I hate him.
He said, quote, we have presented a circumstantial case with circumstantial evidence, and it's good enough for a conviction. He looked at the jury and said, quote, you can feel good about convicting both defendants.
What the fuck?
Yeah. It's like, that's the exact opposite of what you're supposed to do.
Like, you literally just said,
this is all circumstantial.
this is all circumstantial, which is...
They look weird enough you can feel good about it.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yes, that's exactly it. We admit this case is circumstantial, ... but we're right.
You mean you're right? This case is circumstantial? Yes, you are. You are entirely correct about that.
Yes, you are. The following afternoon, jurors came back with a verdict.
Oh god, I wonder what it could possibly be.
Both defendants were found guilty of capital murder and the deaths of the 3 boys. Jason Baldwin was convicted for life in prison. Screwdriver. Sorry.
So Jason gets life in prison.
Yes, so, Jason...
God, I wonder what happened to the only 18-year-old in this group.
Yeah. So...
God, I wonder.
Yeah, so Jason was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison, while Damien was sentenced to death, being seen as the ringleader.
Fucking hell. How do the families feel about all this, by the way?
In the beginning, they were, like, relieved because they genuinely thought, like, justice was being done for their boys.
yeah. I mean,
especially Pam Hobbs, Stevie's mom.
Mm-hmm.
The one whose screaming haunts me. Remember I told you there's audio of her?
Yep.
She's actually made a huge turnaround in the years since the guilty verdict. And
enough people sat her down and said, listen, I understand that you're very, very emotional about this, and we totally get that, but please think about this for a moment.
A lot of the family members actually have, like, come full circle and gone from, like, cursing these boys' names to screaming to anyone who will listen that they're innocent.
Yeah. But you can feel good about that, jury.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yep.
So you got 2 boys sentenced to life in prison, pretty much. I mean, I know with Jesse it was 48 years, no parole, but it's basically life in prison.
It's pretty much life in prison.
And then you got Damien, who is sentenced to death.
Yep.
Alright. Let me guess, but wait, it gets worse. Oh god, fucking damn it.
So, in the years coming, years,
Yeah.
the boys obviously did everything in their power to try and, use the parole hearings to either get out or to, and they were, one of their biggest arguments was to have a new trial done.
Yeah, we'll get there, Dax. We'll get there next.
They wanted a new trial. They were like, this is all bullshit. They didn't have any actual evidence, and they used fear-mongering to put 3 boys in prison.
For those of you who just watched the YouTube VODs, by the way, Daxifer said, wait, but didn't you say Damien was fine earlier? We're gonna get to that.
We'll get there. We'll get there. So, for the next 18 years...
Fuck my life, man!
For the next 18 years, a whole bunch of efforts were made to try and free the 3 teenagers.
People were like, this is so fucked up.
Yeah. This is really fucked up. So Damien was sentenced on death row for lethal injection.
Oh god. Can't imagine how horrifying that would have been, and just oh god, it's so fucking terrifying.
You can read all about it.
Yeah, he wrote a book, didn't he?
He's written a couple of books. I actually have one of them. It's between he and his wife Lori, who started sending him letters while he was on death row, and they fell in love, and it includes the letters that they wrote to each other, and they got married while he was still in death row. It was so sweet.
Aww.
So again, multiple appeals were filed on behalf of all 3 boys to try and get them out of prison.
Right.
Guess who was overseeing the appeals?
Oh gee, I fucking wonder.
Judge Burnett!
Fuck that guy so hard.
Isn't it some bullshit that, like, if you're trying to do an appeal, shouldn't you have, like, a brand new judge not related to the case oversee the evidence? So we can have a new, fresh set of eyes going in? Is it just me who thinks that?
I think it's just you, yeah.
Okay.
Conflict of interest? Nah, it's fine.
Yeah, the attorneys for Jesse, Jason, and Damien filed appeals to the Arkansas Supreme Court, but they upheld the convictions.
This is shit like this is why people have such a like stereotype of rural southern towns and shit. It's because of shit like this.
Yep. So, this would have been just a small town story of bullshit if it hadn't been for the documentaries and the activism that got into the case after the convictions. Specifically after 2000, when the second Paradise Lost movie was released, detailing the case, all of the evidence against possible other suspects, and how the boys were... They shouldn't have been found guilty.
Right.
The original Paradise Lost was actually one of the first movies to ever be allowed to use a Metallica soundtrack.
Really?
Metallica heard about this and they were immediately like, no, go ahead and use our music. These guys are innocent.
Wow, one of the few times where Metallica's like, yeah, sure, you can use our music.
Yeah.
Just fucking pay us out the fucking nose. Fuck you, Metallica. Fuck you, Metallica. We are in the situation that we are in with DMCA bullshit because of you, motherfuckers. Fuck you. Fuck you, Metallica.
You okay?
Fuck Metallica. I think I got more heated about that than I did about this blatant miscarriage of justice I just got done being taught about.
I mean, understandable. So, as the years went by, more things began coming to light as to how everything was fucked up. Specifically in 2003, when Vicky Hutchinson sat down with a reporter and told them, like...
Yeah, I lied my
lied.
fucking face off.
Pretty much, yep. Told a reporter that she had told the Arkansas police earlier that it was a lie, but they didn't want to hear it. And I'm just like, yeah, sure you did.
Yeah, sure, Jan.
Sure, Jan. She reported that she felt compelled to cooperate with the police out of fear that if she didn't, the police would take her son away.
I don't give a fuck if they did say that, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. Because, like,
Good.
Damien could have been killed for a crime he did not commit because of her. So fuck her. I don't give a shit what the cop. I'm sorry. Normally I don't get like that whenever it comes to, because I know that cops do really scummy shit like that. So I'm sorry. I don't normally get like this about situations like that. But in all honesty, fuck her. Like I just don't give a fuck. Like, you know, I just don't care.
Yeah.
There's probably somebody out there who cares, and that's fine. They can care for the both of us. I don't give a fuck.
So again, as the years went on, more support came out for the boys to be released, specifically from groups like Pearl Jam. Johnny Depp was really big into the release and exoneration of the boy. He's best friends with like Damien Echols right now.
I didn't know that. That's
Yeah, he's super big into it. Another one, Natalie Mays.
Who?
Lead singer of the group formerly known as the Dixie Chicks.
Really?
Yeah, she made a public statement on the Dixie Chicks
Now known
website,
as the Chicks.
now known as the Chicks, stating like, no, it's very clear that these boys did not do it. They need to be exonerated. Also, she talks about a piece of DNA evidence that came out in 2007.
Ooh. So Dixie Chick's been about the activism even before the whole thing with the whole shut up and sing debacle.
Yeah.
And then people will be like, oh, stop getting political. It's like, Dixie Chicks, the Chicks were political for a very long time.
They've been political.
Yeah, they've been...
Natalie Mays has put her career on the line multiple times just for her beliefs, and I respect that.
Yeah.
So, another thing about this Natalie Mays statement.
Mm-hmm.
The DNA evidence that was tested, what they did was they were able to find a bit of DNA in one of the knots from where the boys were hogtied.
Oh, interesting.
And it was actually found to be a hair that was, we can't definitively say,
This is alleged.
Quote, not inconsistent with one of the boys' stepfathers, Terry Hobbs.
Oh.
There's...
And
It is in my personal opinion.
And didn't you say earlier that there was, like, the last time they were seen was with, like, one of the dads?
Terry Hobbs was telling him to get home.
Oh, shit.
Terry Hobbs was known to have an anger problem.
This is all alleged.
It was all alleged, is based on the statements of other people, is in my personal opinion that Terry Hobbs may have had something to do with this. In my personal opinion.
This is just an opinion.
In my opinion.
Yeah, we're not saying for certain. This is just an opinion. Don't come for us.
But Terry Hobbs' DNA was found in one of the knots used to bind the victims.
Ooh.
And Natalie Mays made a statement on the Chicks website talking like, hey, maybe they need to look into this guy instead of these 3 innocent kids. Ooh. And Terry Hobbs actually sued her for defamation.
Did he win?
No.
Of course he didn't. Well, even if it wasn't true, even if she... That's the thing. With defamation, it's actually really hard to prove, y'all, because America has freedom of speech laws. It's very difficult to prove defamation.
Yeah. Okay. So the prosecutors of the case, while conceding that no DNA evidence tied to the accused to the crime scene, while they agreed that, yeah, there was no DNA tying the 3 boys to the crime scene, they said, quote, the state still stands behind its conviction of Echols and his co-defendants.
I'm sure they do. They're doubling down now. It's like, no, we can't admit that we were wrong.
Yeah. And again, it was in 2008 whenever the jury misconduct came out about the judge having an in parte communication with the jury. It was in October 2007 when papers were filed in a federal court by Echols, Damien's defense lawyers, seeking a retrial or his immediate release from prison. Because, you know, this DNA evidence came out linking Terry Hobbs to the crime scene, and Terry Hobbs's now ex-wife was like, yeah, he got abusive. And he actually hit Stevie every now and again.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
And another piece of evidence against Terry Hobbs is that Pam reported that her father gave Stevie a pocket knife. He carried that knife with him everywhere. He was proud of it.
Yeah.
He loved it.
Oh my god, he's a killer. He carries a pocket knife, he's a killer.
Oh yeah, Stevie killed himself.
Yeah, Stevie murdered himself and his 2 friends. And tied them all up and threw them all in the river.
And again, Stevie carried this knife everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Pam said it was surprising that the knife was not found with Stevie's body.
That is really odd.
It's quite surprising. She had always assumed that her son's murderer had taken the knife during the crime.
Yeah? Oh god. Where did they find the knife?
She found it in Terry Hobbs's nightstand.
Holy fucking shit.
Yep. Yep.
Oh my god.
Yep. She also told her sister Jolynn that she saw Terry wash clothes, bed linens, and curtains from Stevie's room at an odd time around the time of the murders.
To get rid of any DNA on it.
Allegedly!
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly! Assume that everything we say in regards to Terry Hobbs possibly being a murderer are purely alleged and just our opinions.
Well, remember, hogtied with different knots.
Yeah? Yeah, so he's
There's somebody else.
yeah.
Somebody else knows what happened.
That's not allegedly. We know for a fact there was somebody else. Whoever did it, we know it was more than one person. We know that much.
Pam Hobbs actually came out to one of the appeals for Damien and the boys, being like, no, there's this now, and I'm definitely, like, these boys couldn't have done this.
Yeah. So, hello, I am one of the people
Mothers of the-
impacted
Yeah.
by this crime, and I am telling you that I don't think these boys did it.
Yep. Yep. She came out and gave statements and shit.
Fuck me.
And then on September 10th, 2008, Judge David Burnett
Fuck him.
denied the request for a retrial, citing the DNA test as inconclusive.
Double fuck him. Why is he still allowed to have anything to do with this?
Ain't that the fucking question of the year?
I hate the justice system.
So November 4th, 2010, the Arkansas Supreme Court ordered a lower judge to consider whether newly analyzed DNA evidence might exonerate the 3 boys.
Okay.
Might.
I want to retry this. I just want to retry this stage. I'm not happy with it.
They also told them to examine the claims of misconduct in the sentences.
Okay.
In early December 2010, David Burnett was elected to Arkansas State Senate.
Fuck you.
Senate.
Fuck you.
Circuit Court Judge David Laser
Whatever.
was sentenced to replace David Burnett
A
and
sentence to replace
was
You mean chosen?
selected.
What a Freudian slip there.
He was selected to oversee all of Burnett's old cases now.
Oh god, I wonder if things went to... I don't want to... Yeah, when I get... I'm gonna retry that. Okay. So we got somebody else doing it now.
Remember, the boys were sentenced like in 1993. It was only in 2010 when someone else was finally put onto their case.
Yeah. When another judge looked at things and went, what the fuck?
Yep.
Just sends like a little email to, fucking... I keep wanting... Okay, so... Okay, Kayla, 3 hours, 56 minutes, and 19 seconds. Gonna go ahead and just let you know the time now. 3 hours, 56 minutes, and 19 seconds before I made a Winona Earp reference.
Okay.
But I keep wanting to call this guy Judge Kreiderman, because that was like a thing with his... like, you watched the first... Like, that was the thing with his character, was he put like he put innocent people like Winona in juvie and made them suffer punishments whenever they didn't do anything wrong. So I keep wanting to call this guy Judge Kreiderman. So I'm gonna, in my head, I'm gonna be calling him Judge Kreiderman. And so like this guy just like sends Judge Kreiderman like a fucking email with a scanned document of some of the information, and it just says, and the subject line just says, "the fuck."
Yeah. So, again, numerous defense appeals and attempts were made that were heavily supported by a lot of celebrities at this point, because...
And also the people impacted by the goddamn crime!
Yeah. Peter Jackson donated over $10 million in the defense of the boys.
Wow.
Ruining New Zealand while he's at it, but you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Still wrecked fucking New Zealand's economy, but okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I can't put that all on Peter Jackson. I mean, he just did his job.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in his defense, he didn't really want to do The Hobbit. He was like, please, I'm really tired. I don't think I should be doing it.
It's amazing how many people don't remember that Peter Jackson's first movie was a horror movie.
Yeah.
I'm just like, just let him do that again.
I know, right?
Let him have fun.
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah.
Yeah. To whom it may concern, is this how you normally conduct business? Says Jordan, which agreed.
So by now there was enough media attention and enough donations that the boys were able to get like
money talks.
Money talks. They were able to get more defense lawyers who were more experienced.
Yeah. This is not dissing the defense lawyers that they had.
Or dissing the defense lawyers they had. They were public defenders. They
did the absolute best that they could.
But now they're getting higher up, well-known people who are doing it either at a reduced rate or pro bono.
Yeah. Like, you gotta remember, these defense attorneys really had a lot stacked against them.
Yeah.
It's basically just, they had to do all this just to get a level playing field.
Yeah. So, in November of 2010, the closest agreement that the defendants and the state of Arkansas could come to is what's known as an Alford plea.
Okay.
To summarize this fuckery...
Oh, God.
An Alford plea is where the defendants basically acknowledge that the state does have enough evidence to prove them guilty of a crime while also maintaining their innocence.
But they don't have enough evidence to... Oh, my God.
They convicted them once.
That's true.
That's all that's needed.
Let me fucking guess. Let me take a fucking guess and say that because they signed that saying that, yeah, because we were convicted, they had enough evidence to convict us, but also we maintain our innocence. Is that why nobody else can be tried for this crime?
You are fucking right, sir.
How the fuck did I know?
Also, they can't sue the state for the lost money that they spent, that they missed out from spending 18 years in prison. The only reason that they agreed to this Alford plea was because Damien was gonna die.
That's true. He did not have much longer.
Yeah, like, Jason...
You only sit on death row for so long, folks.
Yeah. Like, he was probably gonna be executed that coming May.
Yeah.
Jesse agreed to it, Damien agreed to it immediately. Jason actually held out.
I mean, I can understand why he literally was like, motherfuckers!
Yeah, that's his whole thing, is like, I'm not gonna admit to something that I know that I didn't do. The only reason that he agreed to it, he said this many times, is because of Damien. Is because he was like, gonna die if I did not do this.
Yeah, like, I never killed anyone, but if I hadn't agreed to that, then...
My old friend would be dead.
Yeah, then, in my mind, at least, I would have killed someone.
Yeah.
That would have been what... Like, at least that would be the way I would have seen it. I'd been like, that's gonna make me a murderer. Even though it wouldn't have been my fault, like, but I'd have felt like, oh god, that's gonna make me a murderer.
Yeah. So, with this particular Alford plea, it had the three defendants plead guilty to a series of lesser charges, while at the same time stating and maintaining their innocence. And that only a guilty plea was in their best interest.
Fuck me.
So again, because of this, the state of Arkansas still considers the case of the murders of those three boys closed. And they will never
Like, yeah,
have to investigate it ever
we got a
again.
conviction.
Yep.
Yeah, we got a conviction. It's fine.
Yep.
Fucking hell.
Yep, it was not. Excuse me. Until August 19th, 2011, Damien Eccles, Jason Baldwin, and Jesse Miskelly Jr. walked out of prison for the first time in almost 19 years.
Shitting cock feces. What the fuck is this fuckery?
Yep. But, you know, everything's totally fine except for, Jesse went through some shit in prison and can't really function too well in society and has been arrested a couple of times since then because he can't function any other way. Jason had to relearn a whole bunch of shit even though he tried taking courses for education throughout his stay in prison, but they didn't really carry over. Damien Eccles can't see like more than 4 feet in front of him because his eyes are not trained on that anymore because he was kept in such a small cell on death row.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you don't think about that. Like, your eyes are trained to like go farther depending on where you are, but he spent 23 hours a day in that small room. So his eyes stopped training themselves to see farther. They got the shit beat out of them all the time whenever they were in prison, especially
Because
Damien.
people thought that they were child murderers.
Yeah. Damien has to wear sunglasses all the time because his eyes can't handle light anymore, except for like shitty fluorescent lighting. He can't recognize faces a lot anymore.
Because he didn't see many faces. In death row, it's basically solitary confinement.
Yep.
Fucking hell.
And it was only until Judge David Lasser was able to work with the new defense team that they were able to get this. If Judge Burnett had not been elected to state senate, Damien would be dead.
Oh my fucking god. And plus, all three of them, despite the fact that pretty much everybody knows that they're innocent, they still have to go through life as though they were convicted felons.
Yep. Yep. And prosecutors say that the only reason that they were willing to go through with this Alfred plea deal was because 2 of the 3 families of the boys pushed for the innocence of the 3 teenagers.
I'm not going to speculate on the motives for the 3rd family because they went through a very, very horrific event, and I understand wanting to believe that you found the person who murdered your child. It's much harder to basically wrestle with the fact that, nope, the justice system failed you and your child's murderer will probably never be caught.
Yeah. Also, Arkansas Governor Mike Betty in 2011, supporters pushed for him to officially pardon all 3 of them based on their innocence. He said he wouldn't do it unless there was evidence showing someone else committed the murders.
Fuck you, there is evidence showing that somebody else probably committed the murders!
It has to be definitive.
Fuck you. I'm so mad.
Prosecutor Scott Ellington said that although he still considered the men guilty, the 3 would likely be acquitted if a new trial were held because of the powerful legal counsel representing them now, and if over time new evidence was presented. So they admitted, like, yeah, they would probably beat this rap if we tried them again, so we're hoping that no more DNA can be tested or else we're gonna be held responsible. Also, again, like I said, part of the plea deal is that they cannot sue the state of Arkansas for wrongful imprisonment.
God, I'm so mad.
Yep.
Upcoming movie, Mr. Bojangles comes to town. Coming to a town near you, unfortunately.
So, despite the fact that the 3 men are able to walk among society again. Like I said, we had an anniversary not too long ago. It was because I think last week was the 10-year anniversary of them being released from prison.
God damn it.
So, even though they're out of prison, the case still remains unresolved, technically, because, let's face it, the people who murdered those 3 8-year-olds never got in trouble and got away scot-free.
That's... yeah. Fuck me. Death by snapping turtle, I agree, Izzy.
So, let's talk about the contact information that I had Bird put in here.
Just gonna run that again really quick.
Cointact.
Sorry, but I'm literally shaking from anger.
So, starting back in July, in pursuant to a request by Damien...
July of this year, by the way.
July of this year. Damien Eccles' attorneys are getting FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Act requests put in for the Arkansas Police Department. They want it to conduct new DNA testing on the physical evidence of what had been sorry. They put in a FOIA request to have the DNA saved from the case tested against, like, Terry Hobbs's DNA, any other DNA that's in CODIS, the national database for DNA, because it's never been tested there either.
Yeah, it's like, hey, can we test that since it's just sitting there?
And the state of Arkansas has repeatedly denied, they haven't denied it, they've just been not answering.
They've just been leaving them on red.
At one point, they said, oh, that evidence was destroyed in a fire. Yeah, that's it. We can't test it. Even though it has been proven that, no, the warehouse where the DNA is held, there was never a fire. It's fine. They just don't want to test it because if it's found that there's definitive DNA evidence that those 3 did not do it, then they have to have a new trial. Arkansas is held responsible, and then they have to pay a shitload of money to these 3 guys. If they say the evidence was destroyed, we have no way of getting a hold of it. Because this is evidence that initially got them convicted for the murders, it's seen as Arkansas going against the Alford plea, so they will be able to sue them for a shitload of money anyway and still maintain their innocence. So Arkansas is specifically not answering because either way, they're probably gonna get fucked.
Bungie Fox says, no, you're not allowed to definitively prove we fucked up. Well, that's the thing, Bungie. They're not even telling them that. They're just ignoring them.
That's exactly it. I have called the West Memphis Police Department non-emergency number 3 different times.
What do they say whenever you call?
I asked them, hey, I just wanted to check on the status of that FOIA request filed by Damien Eccles. And they're like, oh, can you spell that name for me? What's that name? Who's that? And I'm like, Damien Eccles!
The guy who was wrongfully convicted of murder.
And they're like, oh, let me put you on hold. Let me see if I can find out what's going on with that. And then they never came back.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I'm just like, wow, yeah, call center people working in that office. So, yeah. We now call the West Memphis 3 Justice for 6.
Because there were 6 victims.
There were
in
6 victims here.
Is that, wait, was that a picture of Terry Hodges?
That was a picture of Terry Hodges.
He fucking looks like a murderer, my opinion only. Please don't come for me, allegedly.
Allegedly.
It's not a case of, yeah, exactly, Reaper, you got it. By if they refuse to test it, they're effectively admitting
that it was all bullshit. That goes against the Alford plea, and then they have to pay him out.
Yeah.
That's why they're not answering, because either way, they're probably gonna have to, like, pay a lot of money to Damien, Jason, and Jesse.
Flies to Memphis and camps out in the police station. Hey, so I was on hold. Literally, I've been on hold for my entire flight. Like, my whole fucking flight, I was on hold.
Yeah. So, since then...
I wonder what would happen if you just, like, plugged your phone in, put it on speaker, let him put you on hold, and then just let it sit there while you do something else.
That's what I did.
Shit! Did they eventually hang up on you?
Yeah.
I knew it. I was like, they hang up eventually. It's like,
It was 3 hours!
3 fucking hours!
I was reading a book! I was just sitting there chilling out.
So yeah, just like, y'all, whenever you've already got something else you're gonna be working on anyway, just make a quick little call to, make a quick little call. Make a quick little call to the West Memphis Police Department. All you gotta do is just talk to them long enough for them to say, let me put you on hold to check on that, and then just do something else.
Or you can call the office of Governor Asa Hutchinson and ask them why a Freedom of Information Act request is being categorically ignored and what you can personally do to try and make sure that it goes through as is required by the United States government.
Have you tried calling that person yet?
Yes.
What happens then?
An intern gets on and says, I will go ahead and pass that along to the governor. Click.
Yep.
Yeah, so since then, Damien Eccles, he now lives with his wife Lori, who, again, he met through letters and married while he was on death row.
Mm-hmm.
They married whenever he had been in death row for like 8 years, and he said, holding her hand for our wedding ceremony was the first kind touch I've had in 8 years.
Oh my god.
Because he's not allowed to, like, see other people or have, like,
any physical contact, yeah, because he's on death row.
yeah. They had a Twinkie cake because they couldn't do anything else.
Aww.
Yeah, so they currently live in New Orleans, I believe. Damien actually has a Patreon.
Oh, really?
Where he does Wiccan, and he has a grimoire book that he has made with his wife.
He's just like, I was kind of curious about it, and then I got convicted on it, so I thought, well, I guess I might as well learn more about it. And then I was like, oh shit, I actually really like this shit.
He studied a whole bunch of different religions, and he finally settled on being like a Buddhist, I do believe. He had a Buddhist wedding to Lori.
Oh, cool.
While in prison. So now he does talks mainly about Wicca, tarot, grimoire, things like that.
Basically like, hey, y'all, this is not satanic. It's just a thing
it's
that people
educating
do.
people.
Yeah, it's just a thing that people do. It's fine. It's
Yeah.
just a different system of beliefs, that's all.
Yeah, and he has a Patreon where you can support him and his wife. Jesse Miss Kelly, he's mainly just kept a low profile.
Yeah, I imagine so.
He's kind of stayed in the area of West Memphis because he kind of doesn't really have anywhere to go.
Mm-hmm.
And he's probably working like just a small-time job.
Yeah, he probably just wants to be left alone.
Yeah, just getting by. Because he doesn't want to talk to anyone. Jason Baldwin is... He mainly works on producing films about the case to make sure that it gets out. He also works on behalf of wrongly accused and wrongly convicted. He goes to schools and he talks about this. And he's also a victim advocate.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah. So that's the case of the West Memphis 3. 4 hours, 15 minutes. Fuck yeah.
God damn, what a story.
Yep.
Haha, what a story, Mark.
Yep.
Why are you laughing at that? That's not something funny, you weirdo!
Yes, Eccles. Echols.
So, what did we learn here today, everyone?
If you can't donate to Damien Eccles so he can have a life because he can't work any job as a convicted felon, then you can call the West Memphis Police Department or the governor and ask them fucks up with that FOIA request.
Say, hey, so what's going on with that FOIA request? I'm half tempted to put my phone on speaker right now and call into that governor's office and say, hey, what's up? I'd like to ask you about that FOIA request.
Well, Jillian Pensavalle has been tweeting about it all the time. Okay, so we've talked about this before. A podcast I have introduced Bird to that I love to listen to is called True Crime Obsessed. One of the hosts, Jillian Pensavalle, she is damn near family with Damien Eccles.
Really?
She is best friends with him and his wife Lori. Damien actually calls her the little sister he never wanted as a joke.
Really? I didn't know that
Yeah.
I didn't know she knew them.
Oh yeah, she's besties with them.
Wow.
And, you know, she's been working really hard because they just did a 2 episodes covering the documentary West of Memphis, which was financed and helped made by Peter Jackson.
Okay.
And there's also a interview with Damien Eccles you can hear on any streaming platform. It's completely free, where they talk about the case and the most recent things that can be done, because they just filmed this interview with him like 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
Yep.
What a fucking disaster.
I told you, that's why I wanted to do this one, because it's a disastrous miscarriage of justice. Not only for the 3 boys who died, but the 3 boys who were put in jail just because they were different. Yes, West Memphis, Arkansas Police Department. We have the non-emergency phone number on. Because, you know, we're pushy, but we're not going to tie up the emergency lines. We're not dicks.
No, we don't tie up emergency lines for something like this, because that's not an okay thing to do. Wow. Well then,
How do you feel, Bird?
I am furious and I'm in pain emotionally from this experience. And basically, this is one of the few times whenever I start thinking maybe it's right that COVID will just wipe us all out.
Do you want to hear a joke that Damien told Jillian once to make yourself feel better?
Yes.
So, Jillian, her husband Mike, Damien, and
Hot
his
husband
wife,
Mike.
super hot husband Mike, Damien and his wife Lori, they would go out bowling all the time because it was one of the first things Damien did after he got out of prison.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, Damien, Jillian, and Lori are not good at bowling. Super hot husband Mike is. And Jillian was having, like, the worst game, being the worst out of everyone.
Mm.
She sat down, she said, Damien sat next to her, looked at her, and said, I was in prison for 18 years, what's your excuse?
We do know the story of the Central Park 5. Keep in mind, y'all, whenever...
I actually don't know much of the story of the Central Park 5.
I know a little bit about it. I don't know a ton about it. Have you ever heard the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
I'll punch you.
But please do feel free to drop your, whether they're engineering disasters or grievous miscarriages of justice like this, please drop them in the Discord in the tragedies topics area. We do see your suggestions. Even if we don't get to them immediately after they're suggested, Kayla usually has like a backlog of, okay, I want to do this next, and then I want to do this one, then I want to do this one.
I have a Google Doc.
Yeah, Kayla's got a Google Doc, so
I have a list.
Yeah. We do see your suggestions.
I see them. I hear you. You are valid. I just may not get to it as quickly because I am depressed.
Fair enough. Which is valid. We accept that here.
Told you that would fill up a whole episode.
It did. You were not wrong. So.
On Hulu, they have a recreation of the murder in the case.
Stick around, we're gonna raid Minx.
Yeah, stick around, we're gonna raid Minx. They have a recreation of the case starring Colin, one of the British guys, called Devil's Knot.
Mm-hmm.
That is on Hulu right now. It also has Reese Witherspoon in it. On top of that, as I said, on Hulu, they have the 3 Paradise Lost documentaries that actually covered the case as it was unfolding. The Paradise Lost 3 actually came out the same year that the boys were released from prison and documented all that.
Also, Jordan, stop reading my mind. That's exactly what the raid message is gonna be. While Kayla's talking, go ahead and copy
Yeah,
this.
Colin Firth.
Yeah, Colin Firth.
Colin Firth, that's it.
Yeah.
There are more documentaries that are both free on YouTube, free on Amazon Prime, and that's about it. If you ever get bored, call the West Memphis Police Department and ask what the fuck's up.
And or just call them and just start singing Teenage Mutant Satanic Turtles, Teenage Mutant Satanic Turtles, Teenage Mutant Satanic Turtles, Turtles in a pentagram, Devil Power. Just start singing to them.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, so I hear that this is the local hotspot for the satanic murders, so what's up with that? Is this the place to go to if you're interested in witnessing a satanic murder?
I own a Metallica shirt. Am I arrested?
Yeah, I was thinking about visiting your place, but the thing is I own a Metallica shirt, so would I get arrested if I go? Reaper says I just called about it. They hung up on me.
Oh.
I don't doubt that for a second. Just call him, just be like, hey, so I'm like really, really into like animal husbandry and things like that. And the thing is, I do hunt, and I have a deer's head up on my wall. So I wanted to ask your prosecutor, does that mean that I am secretly a serial killer? Hello? 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 Yeah. Hi, I just want to confess to owning some animal skulls. Apparently that makes me a really, really bad person.
I'm wicked. Will I be arrested if I set foot there?
Yeah, like, I'm thinking about, yeah, that'd be a fun thing. Just call and be like, hi, so I was thinking about visiting your lovely town, and I just wanted to check with you, what are the laws about being Wiccan over there? Yeah, I wear all black, so am I going to be arrested if I go? Izzy says, I'm just calling and say, you might be wondering why a German chick is calling you. Let me just say, the snapping turtles are coming for your scrotum. Alright, so the raid message is going to be Teenage Mutant Satanic Turtles. And if anyone asks about the turtles, they eat your scrotums. That is the lore of the Teenage Mutant Satanic Turtles.
I mean, hell of a lot more effective. I don't think Shredder would have been as prominent if he got that treatment done to him.
Probably, yeah. Alright, everybody, thank you all so very much for coming out, and thank you for sticking with us through this much longer stream than normal.
Also, Reaper, I'm not at all surprised that they hung up on you, because this, like I said, they recently did an episode about this case again with an interview from Damien, so they're probably getting inundated with a lot of calls right now.
Oh, I think I'll make a call to him sometime today after I grab something to eat. Thank you all so very much for coming out and for sticking with us through this longer stream. Kayla, thank you so much for being a trooper and getting us through the West Memphis 3 or the West Memphis 6, depending on how you want to refer to it.
When you told me you hadn't heard about it, I'm like, no, Bird needs to know about this. Everyone possible needs to know.
Slight congruency there. I'd heard about it, I just didn't know the details about it.
Yeah. That's everyone's case.
Yeah, like, I'd heard about it, but I didn't know all the details.
More people need to know about this.
Yeah. Thank you all so very much. Raid message is Teenage Mutant Satanic Turtles. Go spam Minx with that. And I will see you all tomorrow. Minx and I will be doing Half Dead Cubed and Bigfoot.
Yay.
Which will be fun. And I will tell her all about the Teenage Mutant Satanic Turtles.
Hell yeah!
That come for your scrotums.
Hell yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.